do we find ourselves believing in the things that the Roman Catholic gives to us?
There is a thing called conversion. Conversion took place, as I told you last Sunday. Constantine became a Christian, and the whole Roman Empire converted to Christianity. As you know, the Christians were persecuted by the Romans. You know? And,
has the Roman ever requested of the people forgiveness?
Yes, they did. Constantine did. Yeah, he was the emperor of Rome. And he did, he did. So, and so, you had conversion. And so when a person, say they're very sorry, for what they have done, and, they can get converted, there must be forgiveness. Vance himself got converted to become a member of the Catholic Church. Vance, he was a Protestant, a Baptist, to be exact, Vice President of the United States, got converted. He moved from the Baptist Church business to become a Roman Catholic. So today he paid a courtesy call to the Pope, and he attended Mass at the Vatican.
It's like you two. You were a Pentecostal and you became a converted Catholic.
I was Catholic, Pentecostal, then back to Catholic.
Okay, so
I had a change of heart. I had a change of heart. I went back. So although I'm not really a man who goes to church every Sunday,
No,
but you must realize that I spent almost a year and 9 months in the Catholic, in the presbytery. That's where I lived, in Goodwill, after Hurricane Mary.
No, tell me, Brain, in reference to Christianity and looking at what Jesus himself did, feed the multitude, made the blind see, helped the poor. He was basically challenging the Romans. Is that a fact?
Well, not really. He was challenging humanity. He wanted humanity because...
No, he wasn't challenging humanity. He wanted a change of heart of the wicked into humanity.
Well, as you know, the disciples themselves, let us not pass there on his way to Samaria.
Yes.
And he said, no, I came not to serve the righteous, but I'm looking for persons who I can, convert.
And that's why he went to the seas, right, to get fishers of men to be his disciples.
Yes.
But what I find so strange is Peter. How Christ could have had Peter so close to his heart. Peter denied him 3 times. Before Peter denied him, he gave all Peter his secrets. He brought Peter to the high places before his crucifixion. How did he?
You think being nailed to the cross was a joke, now? I mean, he knows what it was, because he would have to follow. And being crucified is not an easy thing.
No. If you believe.
Believe?
If you believe. Okay, let's take it for instance. Let's go politically a while. If you believe in the philosophy of socialism, and a capitalist comes to you, all right, and says to you, I am giving you $2 million to betray or to deny socialism, would you have accepted that?
Let me put it that way.
Yes.
You're asking me a hypothetical question.
No, I'm asking a real question.
Because you see, it means your loyalty is loyalty, your faith, what you believe in.
Yes.
Right. So if a person comes and say to me, "I'll give you $5 million to leave the Labour Party and become UWP," in other words, the money will be down in front of me, and I will just go, because money is the philosophy that drives me. No. It's not the money that drives you.
But
I'm
saying to you that Peter believed in Jesus. Jesus allowed him to walk on water.
Yes.
The only man who did this. Jesus Christ ensured that Peter was his lead disciple.
Upon this rock I'll build my church.
And he said, upon this rock I shall build my church.
Yes.
So I don't understand,
There was a waning of faith at the time, Fear gripped Peter. Because you remember that even when they were on the Sea of Galilee and they saw Jesus walking on the water, he asked them to walk. He asked one of them to walk, and he walked as long as he was keeping his eyes on Jesus. But when he took off his eye from Jesus, he started to sink in the sea. So it's your faith, it's your belief, it's how you feel at the time, and so fear can grip you. at the time. Because some people are in the church, and before their head hurt them, they go to the Obeah, they go into voodoo, and they're still in the church. They're in the Catholic Church, they're in the Pentecostal Church, they're in the Anglican Church, and they still go into voodoo. Yeah, so. And they practicing, they're in church every morning, every day.
I don't understand that yet,
You don't understand?
No.
Well, you'll ask Bobby. Because some people, they believe in something extra. The faith can be tested, and they believe, well, my only solution is to go to the Obeah, pay 2,000, take a bath, go to the jail Bushiwi, get myself beaten. And so it's not that they don't believe, it's just that they're looking for supernatural power to heal them. So in other words, we can go into a big discussion about that, And some people say the white man trick us because voodoo is our religion in Africa. We practice voodoo. It's called black magic, but voodoo is still practiced in Africa. So, but some people are saying voodoo is a form of religion, for the Africans.
Well, for the Africans, many of them are still saying that voodoo is
a religion.
As a religion, and the white man mixes
the Christianity to them.
Makes man to believe now that it is an evil spirit that we're talking about.
Right. But that is a big controversy. When the Europeans conquered Africa, they brought religion with them. Because, in Africa, African man is entitled for 4, 5, 6, 7 wives as long as he can maintain them.
And the European came and said to us that is wrong.
One woman.
Right. So we're confused then.
Well.
So are we saying the same thing about Christianity, that we're confused about Christianity?
Well, that's a big discussion.
Because before we came to the New World, we did not know of Christianity.
We had our own religion.
We understood our own religion.
Yeah,
and when we were slaves, we were then eventually given emancipation, or we eventually became emancipated. Right. And in the process, the white man still wanted to keep his land and still wanted to keep his house.
Slaves, be loyal to your master.
And then they tell us if we did wrong, there's going to be somebody they call Jesus.
Yeah.
And the Crusaders came and convinced us that there was something else called Jesus.
Well, you see, that's
so we had to forget our religion in Africa.
Well, that's a big discussion. So we're here in the Western world now. We speak not our language. The language we speak is not that of our ancestors, but we speak the language of the English. We speak the language of the French, because remember, we were colonized by both the colonial powers, France and England, and we speak both languages, Patois, French Creole, and we also speak English.
So what's your conviction?
Well, my conviction is that I'm in the Western world now.
And you believe anything that the Western world says to you?
No, I'm in the Western world, and I believe in Jesus.
Okay.
I believe in a spiritual way. In Africa, in the Pharaohs, they believe in Ra, the sun god.
And in Asia, what do they believe in?
And they believe in Buddha. And some of them believe in Confucius.
Right.
So some of them, the Arabs, believe in Muhammad.
So are we living in a confused religious world?
Well, we believe in a spiritual world. All of them have their own belief.
And I wonder which one is correct.
Well, we don't know.
Just plain devil's advocate.
I know you like to do that.
And, we must stop using that word devil's advocate. Because we tend to believe that devil is a bad thing. So we are talking on the other side.
But even in our own faith, we still believe the devil is a black man. Because if you look at the picture your mother had in her drawing room, it shows you a picture.
Even in the church.
The picture of the angel Gabriel with a fork.
even in the church.
Right.
So we are saying that racism is part of the church.
Well, you saw the devil. My mother had that picture with the devil with a long tail, and Jesus, fire, and Gabriel.
And sometimes we argue the point that Jesus is a Jew.
Right.
And we say that Jesus is not a Caucasian. Right. So why do we see Jesus as a Caucasian?
As a white man.
I don't use the word white. He's Caucasian.
An Anglo-Saxon.
Why do we do that?
Well, But some people say that Jesus is from the Middle East and he's supposed to be a black man.
Right.
So that is another.
And if he's from the Middle East, the pictures that we are seeing is not Jesus.
Well, That's a big discussion, and I don't think we want to go into that.
No, it's the
tonight.
right time to discuss it during the period.
Well, we can lay that down on the table,
Easter?
so people can go and search.
Right, you know.
Because remember, the Bible that we're using is the King James version, and
Yes.
that was translated by King James the First.
Right.
But remember, there are different versions. There are the Maccabees version,
And as you're
different versions.
as you're
of the
saying
Bible.
that, we know that the Bible had much more than 66 books.
Yeah.
Again, the Romans took out a few others.
Right, so the books.
So the books are less now.
The Old Testament and New Testament.
And the New Testament.
But all the books were not really placed in the King James version.
Once upon a time, the church was not allowing us to have the Bible in our hands.
No, you would get confused.
Bobby, good evening to you.
Good evening, Cecil.
Good evening, Bobby.
Good evening, Brains.
Good evening, my brother.
Bobby, you're quiet. You're listening to us.
Yeah, I'm there listening to you all. It's,
I wonder what.
He's Ras Bobby, you know, Ras.
I wonder as a Ras. Is it by accident or is it an incident? Bobby's here on Easter Sunday.
He just shout out "Jah Rastafari."
Yeah, well,
And
you
he
know,
have the
it's
holy
great.
herb.
First of all, let me say good evening,
Bobby.
to the public, the DBS listening public.
And
you know?
viewing public.
And viewing public. Oh, we're on TV too?
Yes, sir.
All
It's
right.
right before you.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, it's a great thing to be here for during this season, you know, the Easter season. And I was sitting here listening to you talking about Jesus Christ, and then Brains joined in with forgiveness. And I kind of like that, because I think at this time in our life in Dominica, we should be seeking forgiveness and looking to forgive others, you know. But that's another story in itself. So we'll get to that again.
We'll get to that during the program. I want to know whether forgiveness has taken place. But when we reach that point, I'll ask you about
Where the forgiveness taking place?
whether certain individuals have been forgiven, you know. So when we reach that stage, we will discuss it. But
True.
because I know there's certain situations that occurred, especially in your business place down there. So at some point, when we reach that stage, you know, we'll come to that. But Cecil, it's all yours.
We already 32 viewers, Bobby, on the program, and already a few comments on the program. And I just want to say good evening to Rosalind Sevre, McLean, and Adrian Esprit, and Randy Turner is already Snapper is already tuned in. Quite a number of persons already tuned in. Avanel Samuel said good evening and listening. So we are already moving fast, Bobby. I don't know, because the name Bobby is here. We are already moving that fast. Over 40 people already viewing.
I hope I can live up to the expectation.
Well, I hope you can.
Again,
you know?
being among you and Brains, I know I'm in good company.
Good evening, Tina Bell. She's also on. She said, I'm here. Thank you, Tina. It's always on every Sunday. And Lauren Benoit is also always on.
Yeah.
Alvin Thomas, he's also
Lauren
on.
is a very good friend.
Yes, and Alvin Thomas said, good to see you, Bobby.
Uh-huh.
He's looking at you right now, Bobby, as we're speaking.
Give thanks.
Yes. Bobby, we are here. We are here on Easter Sunday. First of all, before we go into in depth of the program, what's your belief about Easter?
What? Say that again.
What's your belief on Easter?
What's my belief about Easter?
Yes.
This Jesus Christ story you were pushing a while ago.
You hear him? You hear what he
No,
said?
well, you're supposed to know I wouldn't be in that story at all. You know? But like I says, I'm glad that it makes us reflect on ourselves, makes us reflect on life, and again coming back to that word forgiveness. So, if Easter is the time for that, I'm all for it, because you know I'm all for getting along with everybody.
But you're not a believer of Jesus Christ. That's what you're telling me?
Well, Jesus Christ lives in all of us. We all, you know. So again, we want to leave something for Jesus Christ to do, which we should be doing for ourselves. And that is loving each other as Jesus would have done, you know, as Jesus intended it to be. So in terms of a way of life, Jesus Christ type of a situation, I'm all for it. But this other thing, this magic you were talking about, that a partner, a woman just get impregnated, and no, that life doesn't go like that.
Unless it's belief.
Well, you know, St. Paul says each to his own, so that's mine.
Don't use St. Paul as an excuse. The man says very clearly that he don't believe in the fact that the Holy Spirit impregnated Mary, the mother of Jesus, to bring Jesus forth.
Well, his belief, his ideas. He said he have his beliefs, but he all for forgiveness and, you know, everybody sharing love and working together. That's his philosophy. Okay. So I don't press him on that.
you are forgiven him.
Yes, we have to move on.
All right. So Reginald Winston is watching. Nadia Karam is also watching. Maria Itten says happy Easter to all. We have quite a number of people actually tune in, and there is also Juanita Esprit. Bobby, so you are really hitting the airwaves and the social media.
But doesn't your show get that type of audience?
Yes, we do. But I'm saying in within 10 minutes, you have already had the 40 people viewing in.
That shows you your level of popularity. People know you know, Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
You're on a business place, you know.
Sometimes I can have that effect on people.
You have an effect. I'm
glad it's all good, it's all positive.
If a man has been a mayor of Trafalgar or chairman of the village council, a man like you walking around the area, tout le monde connaît Bobby, you have a business place, you calypsos used to take place in your place.
Brains. Talking about that, Brains, you know, I was recently elected on the Trafalgar Village
Right,
Council.
That's why I threw that on you.
Exactly.
I was going to come to that tonight.
But we're not there yet.
You're not there yet.
Well,
take it easy.
Take it easy.
Okay. Take it easy. You're not there yet. Because we'll give you some pounding questions on that issue.
On that issue. Just
I need to
chill out.
Just roll on.
Roll on.
You'll get your time to talk about it.
Turn.
Okay.
All right? You'll get your time. And the people will judge you.
Yes.
You agree with that, Brain?
Well, yes, they always have him.
Right. Bobby, tell us about you. Who is Bobby?
Me, just a regular Dominic. I was born in Colihaut in 1948. That's a long time ago. Long time. I'm 76 years old.
Bobby, you don't look like that.
I know. I don't feel that way. Well, sometimes I feel that way, but so yeah, I come from Colihaut, a nice little village on the west coast. At the time I left and come up to town, there was no you didn't have vehicular traffic. You didn't even have a road going to Colihaut. So you actually came up on a rowing boat. That's how I came to town.
You came to town on a rowing boat?
Yeah.
That's what year?
Maybe about 54, 55.
Wow. And you remember that experience?
Yeah, clearly.
You have to give us a little bit of that experience. But before you give us that experience, I want you to give us your first part of your life. Your mother, your father, in Colihaut, the things that you would have done before 54 coming to Roseau. You would have to tell us, you know, this late school that you went to, if you went to school at that time. So give us that first part of your life. And then you can lead us up to Colihaut. Leaving Colihaut to Roseau.
Yeah. Well, like I says, that's where I was born in, and in fact, on November 3rd. So my mother always told me like there was a big, you know, Lapo Cabri thing happening while I was coming down the chute. She always remember that. You know, so I guess it was a joyous occasion, my coming to life, you know. Anyways, the first 6 years of my life I spent here in Colihaut. I went to school. You know the big building for Howell Shillingford in Colihaut?
Which part?
There's a bar there now.
The one where I don't know if it's his son or his...
Right, where his son, right.
Yeah, having this disco thing and so.
Right.
Yes, okay.
That's where we went to school.
So that's where you went to school?
Yeah.
That was a big building, eh?
Yeah.
At the time, it was the same building?
Yeah, the same building. I mean, now to me it looks small, but back then, you know, it looked like a really huge... It's a big building in the village. So that was the first school I went to.
That's an important building, man, Bobby. I think the community of Colihaut needs to give more credence to that building. I mean, I've been there just to hang out in the bar and so on, but I never realized that this building was a school. So I think the son, Winston, that's his name? Winston Shillingford?
Yeah, I don't know his name, but he has a bar there now.
Yeah, should be able to put some merit on that building.
That's a historical building.
That it is a historical building for me. Yes, Bobby. So you went to school there?
Yeah.
I remember your teacher?
One of them would have been, a cousin of mine, Merlin John Baptist. That one I remember clearly. You know, the others, not, you know. That is way, way back there. I remember people from the village at the time, you know. I remember some people from there. But in terms of, and some of the guys that I grew up with.
Okay. No, Bobby, so you went to that school. What church did you go to at that time?
The same Catholic church. I was christened in the Catholic church. I was also an acolyte with Father Felix in Pottersville, where certain people hang out.
The man said the same Catholic church we talking
about. So I was an acolyte there long before Brain sought refuge there.
Watch. So you went to the Catholic church at that time as a boy. In your growing up in Colihaut, very early, you would have roamed the village of Colihaut in a way where you would have maybe enjoyed the environment.
Colihaut was just a small village, you know. Mm-hmm. Very small village from the river to the bottom of the hill. I mean, Colihaut, you had just one street coming in and going out. It was just like, it was a big Laku, a big yard. Mm-hmm. That's what it was.
And you would have remembered some of the boys that you would have been playing with.
Yeah, them Zamo boys. Mm-hmm. Rupert Lance. You remember Rupert Lance, the teacher?
I know Rupert Lance very well. He's still alive.
Right. Well, we were very good friends down there. Uh-huh. President Lily.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you tell me President Lily is 76 too?
He'd be about there.
He would be about there.
Yeah.
Wow. So President Lily, Rupert Lance, and all of these guys you would have, and the Zamo brothers, you would have.
The Zamo brothers, Forbes, Parry Law, these guys there.
Okay. At that time in Colihaut, I know that it was a very tender age, but you would have heard quite a lot of the Shillingfords in that area.
Oh man, yeah. That was loaded with Shillingfords.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So before you were 10 years, you left Colihaut.
Mm-hmm.
Now give me the experience that you gathered leaving. Well, I shouldn't say the experience first. Tell me what it was like when you were told that you were going to go down to Roseau the day before.
I wouldn't remember the circumstances. Now you just went where your mother was going, you know.
Okay.
So it's like, you know, they didn't even have to tell you we move into town.
Okay.
It's just we wake up one day and we move into town.
Was it morning? Was it the afternoon? Was it?
Well, we left in the morning because again coming up on that boat, that's the amazing thing, you know. I've since discovered. Like when I went to Toronto, I was impressed with how every boat, once it's going on that water, it must have a life jacket. If there's one person, if there's 3 persons, 24 persons, there must be life jackets. And then when I remember we live in Colihaut to come up to Roseau on a boat with guys rowing, no life jackets. I mean, I don't even think they had that word, much less for the object itself. So again, you see where the God part comes in, you know, where you have to believe in God, you have to know God. You know, when you think of, it has to be God protecting these elderly people, these children on this boat at 4:30 in the morning, rowing up from Colihaut.
Wow. As we're going on, David Hector says that happy Easter Sunday to all watching from New Jersey. Jonathan Commodore said, big respect to Bobby. Remember, he was a good supporter of my vibes. Jennifer Coffey says that she's watching. Teresa Fredrick said that she's watching. Obi Louis says good evening to everyone. So we have some 50 people looking on the program as we speak, Bobby. So you get onto the boat. I'm sure that you remember getting onto the boat. I'm sure that you remember getting onto the boat.
Yeah, you're excited. You're a little boy. You're going on a boat. You know, again, these dangers that I just spoke about, that's the furthest thing from your mind. You don't know nothing about that. So you're excited. You're going on a trip, a boat trip. Not that going on boats was anything new, because family down, Colihaut is a fishing village, so you're always on a boat. Learn to swim early. You'd be going from Colihaut to Hartley. It was all by boat. You didn't drive from Colihaut to Hartley.
You had to go by boat. All right. So Bobby, getting to Roseau, you said that it's a rowing boat, not an engine boat.
Nah.
So would you remember the approximate time that you would have left Colihaut?
It's usually in the morning they would leave. Somewhere, anytime 4, 5 o'clock. By 4, not even 5, because 5 is daybreak.
5 o'clock, 4 o'clock.
So you're in the darkness, you're on the boat coming up. And then by the time you get to town, so it's 7, early morning.
And guys taking turns in rowing.
Yeah.
And it would have been 10 guys.
No, man. 2 guys.
2 guys.
You have one up at the front who's looking for, any objects in the way. Another boat, a stone, whatever. And these 2 guys are rowing, and one at the back with a rudder. So actually 4 guys.
And I know you might be a good judge of length. No. At the time, what would be the length of the boat?
Them carry boat, them thing were about 20 feet. Most of those boats were about, Brains, them pirogue and thing.
Pirogue, yes.
Yeah, about 20 feet long.
Mm-hmm. And how many of you all would have been on the boat at that time, if you remembered?
Could be maybe a dozen people or so.
Wow, 12?
Yeah.
To include the guys who are rowing the boat?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of people, man.
That's what I'm telling you.
No life jackets?
God is in control.
And then you would have seen, when daybreak came, you would have seen St. Joseph, you would have seen Maho, you would have seen Massac, and all that time when you saw the communities, what went through your mind? I'm sure you'd remember some of the
Nothing.
things.
You're just seeing those things passing. You're not really paying attention to that. At least for me back then. Now, I could build up a story on passing by a village, but back then, you just passing by.
And then where did you all anchor the boat?
You see the bushy weed on the where the fish market is there?
Yes.
That's where.
There was a little jetty.
Yeah, and they pull up on the
on
shore
that little
there.
jetty there?
No. Remember you had the big jetty for the
for the boats.
Where your stepfather worked there.
Yes. But there was also a little jetty.
They could have been, yeah.
Where we normally, I don't know if you remember, Brain, that little jetty that we would take a long run and dive in the sea before the building of the old market. The new market, sorry.
I know.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Close where Dexter is now. Was the custom.
Yeah.
Custom area.
If you pull up on that side.
Yeah. So
but back then, there would have been just a lot of beaches, just like Pottersville, like the other side of the river there.
Yeah, I remember that like yesterday. Yes.
Yeah, both sides would have been the same.
Yeah, real beach, yeah. So that's where you all came out from.
Yeah.
And then walking to the market. Well, there was no market there.
No market.
There was no market. There was the cinema at that time.
Cinema, yeah.
So
you walked from there to wherever you were going to.
To wherever you're going. So your mom and your dad came together. Your mom and your dad came together.
My mom and my bope.
Oh, your mom and your bope. All right, came together. For persons who, that's a Laku term.
Yeah, the bope.
The bope is the Laku term. Yeah. That is to say, the man that was in love with his mother. And we say normally our stepfather. you know, but we commonly call them the bope.
Yeah, Laku term, your bope.
So papa pala ou se bope.
C'est beau père là.
So Bobby, so yourself and your bope, let's use the Laku term, came in, and you were not aware as to where you were going.
No.
Right, they didn't tell you.
No.
That was not a child's business.
Yeah.
You just had to follow. Where did you all arrive? Final destination.
From there, well, I had my grandparents in Newtown. So we may have gone there, but we actually started living. That's where we started living in the Laku, in the yard. Now, that yard now, funny, when you called me about that, I was trying to remember the name. But that's a yard that had like 4 entrances. You had an entrance on River Street by Donald Marco there. You had another one in Lago, opposite Jose and them. And you had one in Hillsborough Street by Willie the baker there. So you had these 3 entrances coming into that Laku, that yard.
That's a nice one. So Donald Marco would be on River Street.
On River Street.
Then Wheelie is on Hillsborough Street.
Yeah.
By where presently you have Wahoo.
Wahoo around there.
Where Wahoo is around there. Yeah. By we're all Saints, not All Saints. It's All Saints.
Well, yeah,
that
right
time
there,
that man who was working at Central Water Authority was living, and that area there by Wheelie there had one, and the other one you said was where?
In Lago itself, opposite Zone Rouge there.
Oh, okay, that is still there.
Yeah,
that is still there.
So that was those 3 entrances to get into that big yard there.
Okay, yes. And I remember those Laku, you know.
Yeah.
By Donald.
You know thing. This lady, Alo's mother-in-law, Vincia.
Yes, Vincia.
Right. She and her sister. These are the people we met there.
Oh,
when we came in there.
Okay, so Alo mother-in-law must be very old.
Yeah.
Yes, and so.
She's probably a couple of years older than me, maybe 78, not more than 80 years. So I would imagine.
Okay. All right. And so in that yard, you would have stayed there for a while.
Yeah, we stayed there for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm. What was the life like in that yard?
Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. And that, again, you see, that's one. Right now, these Lakus, they're the ones that evolved into the ghetto and the block. Right now, you know, all the energy you have happening in the places called the ghetto and on the block, that would have been what's happening in the yard.
Yes.
Because it was all internal. We wasn't by the roadside. We were in that yard where everything happens.
And Bobby, that is so true, you know. Thinking about it, brain, that in those days, the yard was where we grew up, meaning we fought, we taught, we ate,
everything
we played,
went on there.
Everything went in the yard, not on the streets. The Bobby is a good point you're making.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about it right now, you know. All of the yards that we went, there was a central point that we would have met and stayed for the adults to have seen us, not on the road.
So there was, and in that you had like your extended family in that, because everybody like Vincia was like a big sister for me, you know. So we all looked out for each other. That was where you saw character. From there you knew Cecil was going to be a good goalkeeper, or this person was going to be a good bowler, or you know, this person was going to be a volley and a liar, because we was all in there in that yard. And so you saw character.
You would have seen it. You'd have seen it all.
Mm-hmm.
I like that, you know. That is the character of the yard, you know, basically.
It nurtured you.
It nurtured you. And Bobby making a very vital point. And if Bobby has, when we go along the program, Bobby will be able to identify people in the yard that they would have felt would have made it or made it. And that's important for us to note, Bobby. I like the point. People tend to think that the yard was just about rowdiness.
No, man.
It was beyond that.
Yeah.
It was building character.
There was a lot of culture. Because again, in that one we were in River Street, I clearly remember whenever, not necessarily every full moon, but on full moon nights, there would be ballet happening there. My own knowledge and experience of ballet goes back to that yard. Because remember, again, the yard is people, different people from villages, you know. And so, come thing, they have their lapo cabwit, they have, you know, there was always something happening, something to learn from.
Just want to say good evening to Marvelyn Brady. She said that she's looking on the program and she's listening. Shepherd Pond is also looking and watching. Sorry. Derek Mann said that he's watching. Jonathan Commodore says, hi, remember that term, the yard. Shepherd Pond is in the house. Blessing, guys. Delvin Joseph says, watch brain face. I wonder what it means.
Paying attention.
Yes, paying attention. Peter Dover said that he's watching. So quite a number of people are watching. We have some 58 people on live at this time as we speak. So now, in that yard, as a young boy, what was education like? What was the language of education like? What did the parents say to you in terms of education?
There was a lot of respect to begin with, because again, every adult is either your uncle, your auntie, your pawe, your nenen. So there's a lot of respect. In terms of the language, while it is not like today's language where everything is your mother this or your mother that, and you know, the F word and thing. So the language, I would say, was gentle. And we focused on those of us who were academic. Well, we wanted to. We focused on our school. I started school a place called Brother Walker. You know that long building opposite? You see the entrance to Hazel? Hazel Edwards, up there on River Street.
Hazel, the girl who has this little
By the pipe.
By the pipe?
By the pipe.
Yes.
So there's a long building. We are Butterfingers living there in that area.
You're talking about where Muso Pay was living?
Yeah.
Okay, on the northern side of River Street.
Right.
Okay, yes, that long brown house.
Right.
Yes.
That's where I started my first school. Well, after from Colihaut.
Okay.
That's where I went to school there.
So right now we're seeing people living in that area now. You're saying that before people actually went to school there?
That was the school. That's how I knew it.
Yeah.
What was the name of the school?
Brother Walker.
Brother Walker School.
Right. Diab used to live there too.
You're talking about Diab passed on?
He passed on.
Yeah, Diab lived there too, yeah.
Yeah. I remember Diab living there many years ago.
He lived there.
Before he went and lived in Baffin State.
Yeah.
I remember when I went to school there, the first week, maybe the first day, I took my shoes off because I was not accustomed to having shoes, you know, on my feet all day. And somebody took it, you know.
Wow.
I had to walk home without shoe. Yeah.
No, what was the experience like at Brother Walker's school? Was it a Catholic school? What kind of school it was?
Well, just the name Brother Walker should tell you it was, I wouldn't say it was Catholic, but it would be probably one of those new age pastors. Because back then, I mean, it was Catholic, you would have father there. Except in the academy, you have brother. But that particular gentleman, I think it would have to do with some, if not 7 days, one of the New Age churches.
I'm sure before the night is over, someone will tell us.
Well, he was one of the New Age fellas who came in. With
One of the new crusaders.
Yeah, one of the new Christians.
Oh, crusaders.
I met him there. I don't know. I just know he was Brother Walker.
White guy, a black guy?
No, a black man.
I went to
black
school
guy.
there to I went to Brother Walker too.
Okay.
I met him.
So what guys would have been at Brother Walker's school? Was it all boys school?
Yeah. No, I think that time it probably would have good. I don't know. Probably like Curtis Augustus, these guys who live further down the road.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember.
All right.
But I know the guys in that particular area was partners like, remember them Reiner brothers, John Reiner.
John Reiner, yes.
Zumbe.
Yes.
Kantush.
I know Zumbe, I can't remember Kantush.
Kantush was his brother, his bigger brother.
Okay.
And Jose and these people lived around there too.
You mean Jose Tuse?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they probably would have been the students, the other students there.
Mm-hmm. And what was the learning like in Brother Walker's school?
Well, basically A, B, C, D, E, F, G, that you come there to learn learn that, and it wasn't anything of,
And in that same area, you had another Laku close by. So you would maybe walk across Laku by that guy, the Mako guy,
Donald
Mako, and come up the road to get to your school, or would you go higher up?
No, we came up by Donald.
Right.
That was our entrance.
So that's what I'm saying. You'd come out by Donald Mako to come up River Street.
We shared a house. You remember Mother Glads?
Yes, I know
Mother Glads and Elise?
Yes.
We shared a house with them there, a boot sham.
Oh, yes. Elise lived in River Street.
Right.
Elise did live in River Street.
Yeah.
I remember as a boy growing up, Mr. Elise, I had to say
Mr. Elise.
Yes. Yeah, not Elise, Mr. Elise,
yeah.
who was a very good, I think, family to my adopted father, my Bope.
Yeah,
they looked alike,
Mm.
And so you went to that school. At what age would you have been at that school?
About 6, 7, I don't know.
6, 7.
Yeah.
So
I had just come up from Colihaut, and I knew I left Colihaut when I was like 6 years old.
So there was no Roseau Girls School for you, no Roseau Mixing Fan School for you?
After that.
Okay.
After Brother Walker, I ended up going to mixed school.
Mixed school.
In Cork Street there.
Right.
Where Mona Piper is.
You
went there too, Brain?
Oh,
yeah, I went there too.
Cecil went there too?
Yeah, we all went there.
I mean, all of us went there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that school got damaged, or not damaged, but was destroyed by Dame Eugenia Charles putting houses there.
Yeah.
With the apartments there. But
it wasn't destroyed, it evolved into, because that was a good move. So
yeah, I'm just saying it. I using the word.
I know.
I'm not using it loosely or in any serious way.
Right.
But the school was then having less numbers.
Remember Miss Robinson, and Miss Robinson was the headmistress there.
Well, in my time was Miss Christian.
Miss Robinson in my time.
In my time was Miss
Robinson,
Christian.
Miss Rosemary, Miss Savannah.
Yeah.
These were the people there.
Well, you see, these guys are older than me.
We're older than
me. So I met Noreen Joseph was my first teacher there in ABC.
Man. You was a young boy, man.
In ABC class.
There's a partner there. When we went to school there's a partner they used to call Marciano Kakador. And that song, like recess time.
Yes.
You singing that in the yard, running around the school. Marciano Kakador. And whatever went with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have a good memory, Bob. You had the Dunn Street there too?
The Dunn Street, yeah.
When you went to that school, there was the Dunn Street, and there's also the street that had cotton. What do you call it? Flow,
yeah.
The flow tree was in the school.
At the back, by John Williams there.
That's correct. That's correct. By John Williams upstairs and downstairs, big house.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And when I went to school, that was there. But before I ended, they cut that tree. That's where many of us sat on, looking on to other guys bigger than us playing football or playing cricket, in those days.
Did you meet the plum tree?
The plum tree by my Piper.
My Piper.
Yeah, man.
Well, I don't know about that one.
I used to bust its skin, man.
I never seen
You see, Cecil, with that from Roseau, you don't know.
We had the plum tree, man. By Piper, then the yard.
But listen, now, so talking about that area there, then you have Pong, which probably was the king of Laku.
Yes, it is.
Pong,
I give Pong the king, and the queen is Dunn's yard.
Where was Dunn's yard?
Where the National Bank is.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, yeah.
So I give Pong.
Pong was the Mecca.
Pong was the Mecca
of
Laku. If we're talking about Laku, you must talk about Pong.
Yeah.
Pong had itself several entrances.
You
had one that you could live by the low blocks and go across to Kennedy Avenue. You had one that you could leave, pass by Alan, to go on the same street of. There was another one that you could pass by Samuel to go by the Karams to get onto Bath Road.
There was one by Lucia Blaise.
And there was by Lucia Blaise. The same one I talk about by Lucia Blaise. By Lucia Blaise was by Low Black. And then you had another one that you could get onto Cock Street.
Yeah, by Marcelino and them up there.
Marcelino,
yes. That's where Marcelino is now.
Right,
now,
yeah.
You know, but in those days, there was an open spot.
Right. Yeah.
People throwing rubbish and so on.
And then you had this lady there, my bound to sister.
And you had
Robert
you had this guy, Mopsy, one more sway. You had Mr. Reed living in those areas. You know,
you had Ivonis.
You had Ma Ivonis
living there.
Yeah, you know, you had Ma Millie, my grandmother. Yeah. You had Ma Alan. You know, you had Simon. I'm not Simon. Cecil. You remember Cecil? I cannot believe that, man. If you went to Roseau Mixing Fan School, you cannot forget Cecil, the man in the khaki pants, long this pocket in Roseau, working on the port, riding a bicycle.
Okay.
Living next door living next to Mr. Williams. Next to Diaz Michael. You remember Diaz Michael?
DBS Michael.
No, Diaz.
Michael Diaz.
Yeah.
Right. So live right next to the entrance of the Roseau Mixing Fan School.
Right. So that was the
so there was one where Jermaine, netball player.
Yes.
You could have passed there by close to Cecil to get to Great Marlborough Street, going down to Great Marlborough Street. The other one you could get to where Michael Diaz was living to get into the school of Roseau Mixing Fan School. You know, so there was quite a number of Lakus in. So tell us some of the things that you remember in Pong then, Bobby.
Well, again, Pong is you just passing through. What in as a young boy going to school, that was your connection with places like Pong and so. You pass in there to go to get where you had to get to. But then as a teenager now, is like each of those things have remember speakeasy?
Yeah.
Every Laku had a speakeasy.
Where you going to take your rum?
One by your rum.
Like a rum shop.
No, it wasn't a rum shop. Because it's somebody selling it either from the kitchen.
Behind the house.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're the illegal one.
Yeah.
Right.
Speakeasy.
Yeah. So that's a good term that some of us forgot, you know.
Yeah.
You know, our parents, those of us who parents was doing the one shot, would send the children at 7 o'clock
to get it.
You know. And sometimes those of them who love it, very early in the morning at 6 o'clock, 6:50, they're already there. You know, they're already there. Speak easy. I forgot. That's a real Laku term.
Yeah.
You know?
So that was as a teenager, that is what I would have been going in a Laku for.
What about, I know in Pong had mango trees. You didn't lime the mango trees? Didn't go about getting mangoes in that area?
Nah. For me, living in Goodwill, our mango was in Goodwill.
No, we're not talking about Goodwill yet. We're still talking
I'm saying that's where my mango was.
Okay, all right. So tell us some of the things that you'd remember in the Roseau Mixing Fan School.
Roseau Mixing Fan?
Yes, what are some of the things that you remember?
Well, there was this guy, like I said, Marciano, we always used to trouble. That was our lavabo. There was, I remember one time, where Jojo Karam is there, had nothing there. That was just the back of the prison.
Yes.
That was the prison was on the other side. And
where Astafan's is?
No, where Karam is.
Oh, okay.
So that's where we would go and from school you go there, try to catch birds because they had coconut trees, mango trees. You know, it was like a little green area in that area there. And one time some Indian guy came there to do magic. All of us had to pay maybe like $1 or a penny. Yeah, it was like a penny, the big brown one.
Yes.
To see magic. And this gentleman, he did things like swallow thread and needles, then pull it out, the needles well threaded. and couple other things, you know. And then one time he decided he gonna this trick he was gonna do is make a partner drink milk and shake the partner and put a funnel by the partner backside and the milk will come out, you know. And so he went through everything. They got the partner on stage. Time come to shake the partner, he just take off from the school. I remember that clearly, you know. Jump through a window, take off from there. Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Because that was no magic.
No.
Somebody wants to say something to you, Bobby. Let me hear what that person has to say to you. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening to you, caller.
Where Garage is was the prison garden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Prison garden.
Yep.
They just part of the prison.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So it was a
Thank
green
you.
area there.
Well, that's what Bobby said. You
It was
know?
a green area.
Yeah, the Karam area there was the prison.
Garden.
So which means that in the 60s, the prison would have been here. There, right, Bobby?
Mm?
In the 60s, are you talking about?
No, in the 50s.
No, boy, before that in the
50s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, in the 50s.
Yeah.
All right, because I know I met
And the police
Karam.
station, well, other side, I had its entrance on next to Astafan.
That is on King George V Street.
Yeah.
So yes, I remember that where we see the gate, where the gate is at present.
yeah.
That's where you
know,
pass
that's where
through.
the
Past, yeah.
that's where the entrance of the police station was,
Mm-hmm.
and you'd have a police officer standing at guard, you know, every day.
Yeah.
You know, and you'd see the exchange of officers at 4 o'clock and 8 o'clock, and particular times of the day. It was a beautiful sight to really
Changing of the guard.
changing of the guards, and this was really a pretty sight to see. You know, those persons who missed that, I think now it's no longer. Somebody wants to say hi to you again, Bobby. Let me see who's that person. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, your live caller.
Good evening. Person wanted to.
Sorry about that caller. You have to call us back. I'm really sorry about that. So yes, Bobby. So you now spoke of the Roseau Mixing Fan School. From there, what school do you go to after that?
Roseau Girls School.
Wow. So Roseau Girls
That's the
School.
one by the
By the stadium.
yeah.
So Roseau Girls School has been existing for a long time.
Many years.
For many years. So that, which
That
means
time Miss Shillingford was the head mistress there.
the British actually brought that there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Miss Shillingford. Okay, yes.
From Goodwill, Abbott Shillingford
Abbott
wife.
Shillingford, yeah.
What period of that would have been what
remember.
50s?
No, that would be the 60s.
The 60s.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Roseau Girls School. So you went to Roseau Girls School in the 60s.
Yeah.
How many classes as a boy?
Roseau Girls School, you went to thing, and then from there go to Chateau.
Okay.
So I maybe like 2 years in Roseau. From mixed school, Roseau Girls School for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And then down to Chateau.
Right.
So that happened for a very long
Right,
time.
so you
because
had-
when I went to Roseau Girls School, I took 2 years. Standard 2, Standard 3, and I had to go to Standard 4 in Roseau Boys
So
School.
you went to Standard 3 and Standard 4 in the Roseau Girls School.
No, I didn't go to Standard 4 in Roseau Girls School.
No,
I went
no,
to Standard
yeah.
2 and Standard 3.
We went to Standard 2 and Standard 3.
Right.
And then we went to Chateau, went to Standard 4, Standard 5, 6, and 7.
Okay, so Chateau was where? I know where, but you need to
Where
tell
the
us.
Wesley High School is here
Right,
now.
right. So where the Wesley High School in Roseau Central.
In Roseau Central.
Right,
yeah.
not the Wesley High School by the Methodist Church.
No.
The one that is next to the All Saints University.
Mm-hmm.
The one on Hillsborough Street. That is where the Chateau School
Chateau
was.
yeah.
Was the Chateau building the same building that we are now seeing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the same building.
The same building.
Yeah.
So you would have gone to Standard
Maybe
4.
Standard 4 there, Burns?
Yeah,
Standard
Standard 4.
4.
Yeah.
Yes. So when you arrived there, who was then the teacher?
Who was the principal? Miss
Miss
Watley?
Watley.
Miss Watley.
Yeah.
Brain, you too?
No, I didn't meet Miss Watley. I met Mr. Israel.
And which are the teachers that would have created an impact on you now?
All of them. All
of
these
them.
people were great people.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm telling you. Right now, the people we have there in up front leading us, setting as role models, they fall in short. Because we speak of Miss Robinson at the Roseau Mixed School. You speak of Mrs. Shilling for that Roseau Girls School, and then Miss Watley. And up to today, I remember these people very clearly. You know, they're disciplined. You know, like build you up, make sure you didn't fall through the cracks.
Like some person said that it was a military, so like a military vibes.
Well, somewhere between military and put yourself in order, otherwise you'll get something.
You get some leaks.
Yeah.
Leaks will fall on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you said that most of the teachers created that impact on you.
Yeah, man, all of them.
Though at that time, where you living now? You still living in Roseau?
No, Goodwill.
Okay, now tell us about Goodwill. I want to get a little bit about Goodwill now. Arriving in Goodwill, how did you arrive Goodwill?
We built a house up there, that house in Shop Lane and Winston Lane.
Yes.
I remember, because my stepfather was a tradesman. He worked for government with that time. When we went to Goodwill, the hospital wasn't there. Princess Margaret.
Okay.
That's where I used to tie my goat up there on that lot there. But anyways,
you're going to tell us a little bit more about tying that goat early next in our next conversation for sure.
Right.
We need to hear about tying up that goat at where the hospital is now. Yeah, go ahead.
But that's where we lived at that corner. We built a house. Like I was saying, I remember guys. Okay, you talk Kudme, because he worked with these guys for government. You know, he's a carpenter. You have masons, whatever, and so they would come on weekends and help him. So we made the blocks. That time you didn't have Paris Williams. We can now go and buy 1,000 blocks by Paris. That wasn't available then. So you got sand, you got the stuff, and then you made the blocks on Saturday, and Sunday you put them up. Or you made blocks this weekend, and next weekend you put up blocks.
No, Bobby, you're saying that you all went and live in Goodwill. What was the picture like in Goodwill? Was there many houses?
Nah.
Go ahead, tell us.
Like beyond thing they didn't have house, beyond the hospital. Up there was just guava, mulch, mangoes. You had a couple houses like way up there where all three was living, way up at the top where Stevenson house is now. Stevens.
Malcolm Stevens?
Yeah. There was one house there. But between there and all the way down to the hospital.
Nothing at all?
No.
No. Where the Red Cross is coming down to where you live on Winston Lane and Shop Lane. What was it like?
Just bush.
Just bush?
There's a ravine there.
Where?
On
the Savannah?
It started from the Savannah and came down all the way Lindo Mat is there. There was no gas station there and all of that.
Okay.
That wasn't there. So this ravine came down, passed by Loverty and down towards the sea.
So you're saying, that's interesting. You're saying, where did this ravine actually started?
It started like somewhere around the middle of the Goodwill Savannah there. Because the whole side, all center room up there is called, everything came down, all water came down to what is now the Savannah. And there was a big hole in there.
That hole is still there, you know. If people go onto the Savannah and they see this, how you call it, covering of this thing?
The Colihaut.
The Colihaut.
It's still there.
It is still there as we speak.
Yeah, but that was huge.
Yes.
And that's where we bathed.
Yes.
We'd swim in there, on big ass.
And if you go, Bobby, if you go into Grant's Lane, you could almost see that Colihaut from Grant's Lane coming down into the area of the Savannah, where that Colihaut is.
Yeah.
And a number of people might not be aware of what you're saying.
But let me tell you something, Bobby. You bathe in that on the Savannah?
Yeah, man.
There was a big basket there?
There's big. You had partners like Pepe Solomon, Jojo Solomon, Sidney Reed, Vivian Horsey, them Bedno partners. You know, then was Thomas Ducre, was Bailly, his brother Eden.
Oh, Eden, yes, Eden.
We all were in that area there.
Bathing in that place. Can you imagine bathing inside where the Savannah, inside the Savannah? That's something else, man, Bobby.
And lower down, Bobby, you had another stream of water.
That one we spoke about some time back. That's that thing that came to do the cane mill by Kaima Porter.
Yes, Kaima.
That's another Laku again.
Did you see Kaima Porter?
Huh?
Did you see it?
Yeah, man. I used to go there.
So Kaimai Porter is where the Pentecostal church is.
Where Pastor Bell is.
The Pastor
That
Bell
was
is.
a
The
big-
Pentecostal church was where the big Porter's house were.
Yeah. There's a big mango tree there, a big house, and people actually lived. There's like a Hotel California kind of a situation, you know? Because remember, in its heyday, that would have been a big family dwelling
Yes.
with bedrooms and living rooms and all kind of thing.
Can you
So-
remember who you saw there living?
Boy, I don't remember those people. I remember, what I particularly remember about there is one guy there who had the first time I think quab. You know a thing they call quab? Where this person walk on their
And the hands.
not on the flat of their feet. They walk on the, what you call the
Toes?
front part of their brains.
Yes, the front part.
The
yes.
step foot
Yeah,
on your feet.
under the instep.
or on the instep. Okay.
So that's how he walked.
Uh-huh.
Because the back of his thing didn't touch the, and they said
heel.
he had quab.
Yeah.
So I remember that.
Yeah. But one person I remember there, I don't know whether you saw her there. May lived there.
Oh, yeah, Red May.
Red May lived there in Kaima Porter. I saw her.
Yeah.
Someone says to me, there was a ravine coming from Bellevue Choupé, down Center Room, passing at the back, but stopped by Margaret's Gap. Would you have remembered that?
It's possible.
Okay. No, we were talking about, we'll come back to the ravine. You're talking about your Goodwill area. When you first started to live in the area of Winston Lane, Shop Lane, how many houses were in the area?
Boy, just on our street there, you only had Miss Hours, Mr. Geese, and Shillingford.
That's free.
Courtesy.
Yes.
You see where the courtesy rental thing
Yeah.
by the gas station?
Yes.
That there was a house there, and then you come down, you had Mr. Geese and Hours. After that, Laville built a house there. And then Christian Seraphine's mother built the big one on the opposite the little playing field there, where the church is there now.
The CUM church, it's called Gospel Mission.
Right. But there
Close
was
to Loverty.
right. There were only 3 houses there. And then on the other side of the road you had Mr. Jack, where the Corvettes have their house. There was no houses there. You had Mr. Jack in the corner. And you went all the way up, then you met Ducre.
And then Duque?
Huh?
And Duque?
And Ducre had built a house there for his family.
That house is still there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
still
That
there.
house is still there. Where
since then the Corvettes have built.
where the bread depot is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So for persons who know what we're talking about,
Yeah.
on Shop
Right,
Lane.
right.
Yeah.
So we're actually talking on Shop Lane. All right. Yes.
And then you had some houses scattered around there, you know, like all up Murphy Lane and those other little lanes up there. You had 1 or 2 wooden houses. But mostly everything was concentrated Balautang, below the hill. Below Greens Lane, Solomon Lane.
So you would have seen the development of Greens Lane and Solomon.
Yeah, man.
So when you all came to live in Goodwill, you can say safely in your area, had less than 10 houses.
More than that, but not.
But they were scattered.
Yeah, I wouldn't say up there had 50 families.
Because I remember.
But it happened fast,
Yes.
the development.
All right.
Especially like with the hospital,
Uh-huh.
like from the time that started, other development came around.
So you're talking about earlier on that you tied goats
Where the hospital is.
where the hospital is. Give us that story. Tell us about that story.
No, well, that was just vacant land, guavas, mulch, maybe some mangoes. And then, you know TK Kentish?
Yes.
We're first cousins. And his mother gave me a goat, a little goat, you know. So I was proud of my goat. That's why I had a lot of land, a lot of grass for the goat. I'd go up there every morning before I go to school. Like one time my goat, change it, you know. And then the goat story ended in that I run away from home, and when I came back, like 3 days later, my mother had given the goat away to somebody as punishment.
As a punishment.
Yeah.
I would imagine that. I would imagine that. That's a good mother.
Why did you run? Daddy put it on you?
Maybe but I was troublesome. I had done something I didn't want to get blows. So I go up to Newton by my grandfather.
Oh, okay.
Because by my grandfather, you couldn't touch us. And once we land in that house, that was it. You're safe. That is Alcatraz. That is Fort Knox.
No. When the announcement of building of the hospital came, what was the view of the people around at the time?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't have known that.
I wouldn't.
You as a young boy, you never took note of that. But you saw the construction of the hospital.
Yeah, man. I
Tell
go up
us-
there to bring
tell us, yes.
lunch for my stepfather and thing.
So tell us a little bit more.
In what?
You didn't just bring lunch for your stepfather.
No, well, I mean, you again, to your interest is not in that. You go, you see it because you have to go there to bring lunch for your stepfather.
Yes.
But you're not interested in that. It's, maybe because of the guava trees or something there. What I do remember is when they were bringing up the people there when the hospital was open. Because that's a different occasion, a different kind of activity. So they used like flatbed trucks, them big old 3-ton and thing we used to have. And the people on the bed, like they put one bed on a truck and drive all the way from town up to the hospital. So we are on that same little Savannah there, checking that out. So that I remember clearly, Yeah. The vehicles going up with the people going back down, yet more come up until they moved everybody.
And would you have remembered when they placed that bus of Cecil Roll in the area?
Yeah, man. That was in the 60s. That was along the first one. Again, as troublesome kids, I wouldn't call names. A couple of the people have died since, a couple are still around. But we tied a rope around that bus and pull it with motorbike, throw it down.
What?
Yeah.
Why so? Why so, Bobby?
Nothing to do. You're looking for things to do. You're troublesome.
But Bobby, Cecil Roll was a great Dominican.
But you don't know that. You're just a little boy. Teenage boys growing up, you're just doing foolish things.
Wow.
You'll pull down Cecil.
Yeah.
So, Bobby, no man, Bobby. I'm sure you are able to tell us one or two guys that did that.
Boy.
Huh, Bobby?
Do what?
I'm sure you are able to enlighten us on some of the other guys who did that.
No, I want to enlighten you all on what happened to me in Trafalgar.
But we'll come to Trafalgar. We'll come to Trafalgar. We have plenty of time,
You pulled on. Well, you had fellas like Civil son.
He's here now, He's here from Texas. Vivian wouldn't be involved in that.
Vivian father would kill him, boy.
Yeah,
man, Ossie father wasn't easy, Ossie Will wasn't easy, No, man, no. Mr. was on his motorbike and yet still his father was terrible, So you all would have taken rope, tying the neck on, and then they never found out it was you all?
No.
Never?
No.
So what did they do after?
Nothing. Again, to our troublesome thing is not like now, as though it was more mischievous. Right now, people are violent, they're aggressive, they're destructive, It wasn't that,
I want people to be clear. Brain did not say they pulled down Cecil because someone said that.
I didn't say
Cecil Roll.
I didn't say Cecil. But when I came,
your historian, tell us who was Cecil Roll.
Well, one of the great lawyers who became an advocate for
the Federation.
And his boss is there,
Yeah,
you remember some time back.
The new boss they have there, that's not the real thing.
He used to call it Chinese Roll.
The Chinese
Roll.
Yeah.
That was placed in 1998.
Yeah, he was a man like a Chinaman.
And they put it like a Chinaman. But not the Cecil Roll that we grew up.
But I think I don't know whether you have seen the newer Roll. He have a little resemblance like the Roll. But the other one, they had replaced him by a pure Chinaman.
Pure Chinaman.
Chinese Roll.
Yeah. But I don't know if it was done by the Chinese. I don't know.
Well, I know it was somebody bring a Chinaman down and sit roll.
So Bobby, yes. So the hospital has then been built. You now would have been one of the first persons in Dominica to step their feet into the hospital before it was actually opened.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to talk a little bit about that. That's important because your father worked there. You know what I'm saying? Your father started to work there. Was it the British who actually built this building?
No, again, you're not paying attention. I cannot tell you much about that because I'm not paying attention to that. Like, for instance, now, in my experience, I know I can tell you about, say, the Canadians who are building the geothermal thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm more aware of
things around you now.
Right.
Okay.
But back then, it's just a big structure coming up.
No.
If you get wood there to make your scooter, that's all you're interested in, not...
No, you would have seen and understand, I'm sure, the naming of streets in those areas. Was there any reasoning behind the naming of the streets in Goodwill?
Not that I know of. I know that Solomon, Jojo Solomon and them, they lived on Ray Solomon Lane. No, that is Green's Lane.
Yes.
In the corner there was Nurse Green, Carly Green's mother or his aunt, whatever she was. So that's probably after her because she was a well-loved nurse.
Okay.
Then Jojo Solomon and them also lived there. But they call the other street above Solomon Lane. So you have Green's Lane, where Nurse Green lived, but the Solomons also live on that lane.
Mm-hmm.
But you couldn't name it Solomon Green, so...
Yeah. So they named the one higher up.
Higher up, Solomon.
All right. What about Princess Lane?
Princess probably would have come from Princess Margaret.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Murphy's, I don't know how Murphy's came along, Grant, I know Libla, how that came along.
Libla Lane, how did it come around?
Well, E.O. Libla.
Libla. Okay, that's good to know.
Didier Lane because of the minister.
LCDDA.
Oh, right. So you see, that's good history.
Yeah.
You know, a number of persons who are still living on those lanes and not aware as to how the names that actually came out.
Yeah.
So we know that LCDJ was a minister, I think Minister of Agriculture.
Minister of...
he was a minister of social services.
He was a minister of government.
Yeah,
he was
a
principal
under Libla's administration.
Right. Yeah. He was married to Teacher Molly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
They have the house, I think, on
Princess
Lane.
Yeah.
Princess Lane.
Yeah.
So Didier Lane would be named after him.
Yes.
Libla Lane would be named after E.O. Libla. Right.
McIntyre
Lane
after the doctor.
After Dr. McIntyre.
Yes.
Watty's Lane.
Watty's Lane
After
after Dr. Watty,
yes.
for sure.
Yeah.
After Dr. Watty. Yeah. And that is so rich.
Yeah.
That is very rich.
Mm-hmm.
That we could identify the names of prominent Dominicans, and name those streets after them.
Shop Lane named after all the shops they had there.
Yeah, there was a number of shops there that time.
Okay.
Remember, long time ago, you had...
So hold on, someone said to me, Tina Bell said that Murphy's Lane was a cricketer. Well, Murphy was a cricketer.
Oh, yeah, he was a cricketer.
Jeffers was a principal teacher at the Dominica Grammar School.
Yeah.
So Jeffers Lane would have named after
him.
Yeah,
the principal
in
of
fact,
Dominica School.
Day before I took the son of that man, I took him down to Portsmouth a couple days ago. He's here on holidays from Canada.
Jeffers?
Francis.
Wow, that's wonderful news.
Francis Jeffers,
he was a very prominent.
Henry's brother.
Henry's brother.
Yeah.
Henry Jeffers, I know.
And that's how I found out that the father, Mr. Jeffers, was once a principal at the at grammar school. Do you know that, Brains?
I know that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I went with one of his, I don't know if his grandson at the grammar school. We went to school together.
Okay.
Well, that's very interesting to know how
how
futuristic we were in terms of historical naming streets after prominent persons.
You see, again, it comes back to...
And Dr. Winston, and Winston Lane was named after Dr. Winston.
Dr. Winston, yeah. Vivian Winston.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Dr.
But you
Winston...
see, that's why I'm telling you, Brains, though the Laku, which, well, now we say ghetto or block, that it was like a symbol of poverty, so to speak, in terms of material possession. But it was also a breeding place for integrity, for morals, for, if you say yes, is yes. If you say no, is no. It was a place where you, again, like you say, I like that word you use, futuristic, visionary thinking.
So hold on. We're getting some information, and that's very good that we can get this information. It is said that Charles Avenue was named after J.B. Charles.
It's quite possible.
Yes.
And that also Lindo Park was named after the administrator.
The administrator,
Lindo.
Horace Lindo, or
Horace
whatever
Lindo.
his name was.
And this is
But
this
why
is
we're not
rich.
why we're not doing that? We need to
This is
continue
rich.
that.
This is very rich. And I think I have made it very clear, even when I was the mayor, that there are some streets that we need to change their names to prominent Dominicans.
Yes, we need to do
I
that.
think we need to start doing that. Right now, we have almost lost a number of those important information thanks to the Laku. I'm sure that generation of today are not even aware of the names of the people
Right.
that these streets were actually named after.
Right.
And it is important, and I'm happy that
It has to be
Bobby,
documented.
that you are able to help us to have a greater understanding. Right now, people are telling me all of the various lanes after who they were named after.
Yeah.
And that was good because that's within the 60s when the consciousness was being grown, was being developed, by many Dominicans. The consciousness of Dominica.
Right.
And you've seen the names of these people.
Yes.
I mean,
coming up.
wow.
Stieber Street, where I live there, was named after Mr. Stieber. Then you had Bowers Lane, named after Bowers.
Bishop Bowers.
Bishop
Yeah.
Bowers.
Yeah. So those names. Then you have Church Lane, which is named because of the church, Catholic Church.
Entrance of the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
That's the entrance of the Catholic Church.
So
Church
a lot
Lane.
of them. No, Porter Street is named after Mr.
Porter. After
That's
the
it.
Potters. Yeah.
Potters, yeah.
The owner of Pottersville.
Yeah, the one
You
of
could say
Porter
that.
Street. Yeah.
Yeah. What?
So
What about Jolly Lane? Someone wants to know about Jolly Lane.
Father Jolly.
Father Jolly?
No.
No, which one?
The Jollies from Goodwill, Christabel Jolly's people.
All right.
Jolly, the former, he was a master at SMA.
Aurelius
Aurelius Jolly.
father.
Aurelius Jolly's father.
Yeah.
Aurelius Jolly's father.
Yeah.
So, people now wanting to find out because people are on the line and they must be living in particular areas in
They
Goodwill.
want to know the names.
So they want to know the names, Just as someone's going to ask us about Franklin Lane, Churchill Lane, they're going to ask us all of this thing.
Santa Roma.
So it's important,
Yeah, very important.
Yeah, it's very important. Someone says, no, Father Jolly. Yeah, they say that just named after Father Jolly.
Well, it's possible. Say, yo, ma'am, Jolly.
Jolly.
They're all jolly good fellows.
Boy. So we need to preserve those
historical
factors, so that generations to come. I don't know how much that we can get those information placed at the entrance or the exit of those lanes. It's important. These things, for generation to come, we should know those things.
Well, what I think, and Bobby would help me here, he's a councilman, we need to put the names of those streets. We need to go back in putting those.
Someone said that.
The signs.
Someone said that Franklin Lane, was named after Frank Barron.
Yes, I wouldn't. Yeah, because remember he was the first.
He was the first. Oh yes, he was the first.
Because his name was Franklin.
Yeah, Franklin Barron. Yes.
Right.
Wow.
Wow.
Nice information,
Very good.
Yeah, so the entire Goodwill area was basically named after professionals. Bobby,
So we need to carry on that tradition.
That legacy.
Bobby's a good thing you came on the program so we could know that.
Legacy,
So
all things like King George V Street, we need to change that name. We need to change the name of
King George V Street,
George
Great
Street.
Marlborough.
As mayor, you should have done
But
that.
No.
Exactly.
Hold on.
I'm just showing something at you.
I can be clear. I am on
the record.
I am on record. I am on record. While being mayor, I wrote to the Minister of Tourism at the time, Mr. Charles Savre, informing him that I would like the name of Cock Street to be changed, King George V Street to be changed, Great George Street to be changed, It was 5 of them. Virgin Lane to be changed because I didn't understand the value of Virgin Lane, and another one. It was 5.
Right.
Because I felt that these were British names.
Right, you need to
hand
put
them to
your own.
us.
Yeah, we need to put our
And
own
then
in.
he said to me in response that he has no problem, but we would have to go and do some kind of survey or some kind of town hall to determine that.
Yeah. Well,
know?
you can inform the people.
But I just
but
feel...
let's think of giving those streets in Roseau the names of prominent.
So for instance, I'm happy that Queen Mary Street was changed to Independence Street.
Right.
Because, Bobby, we know that quite a lot of the politicians, to be a politician in Dominica at the time, you had to be baptized in Lakou.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So Independence Street is very, for me, is very much important.
Right.
You know, the Kennedy Avenue was changed
Because
from Old Street
to
because of the assassination of President Kennedy. Yes. So, Bobby, you have given us quite a lot of information on the streets of Goodwill. I'm not through with you in Goodwill. You would have seen the development of Goodwill. Tell me, while that was happening, yes, you're still a young boy, but what would have propelled your mind to be part and parcel of development in other communities?
Again, back then, you know, your one thought is you can't wait to leave Dominica. So things like, you know, development, vision for things. In fact, my community activities only started since coming back here. Like having lived in North America, seeing certain things, come back here and I realized I can make a contribution, you know, assist, contribute. So in terms of where we were heading to and at what rate, that wasn't in my, that was above my pay grade.
So Bobby, when you left Chateau, what school did you go next?
Grammar school.
You went to the Dominica Grammar School.
Yeah.
Why you chose the Dominica Grammar School?
My bigger brother was there. My two bigger brothers was there. So, and at the time, academy seemed like, how do I put it now? It's people like me that wasn't for academy. Because grammar school is a more liberal institution, I would say. You know, academy was sort of conservative. The people I knew and acquainted with were in grammar school, so I chose there.
Okay. Someone is saying something nice on Facebook there. The person said that start with the streets, start with the new streets, calling the street behind the stadium CARICOM Drive, and put all CARICOM flag as a synopsis of each country. That's a good idea. And you just put all of the flags of the of CARICOM behind the stadium. There's not a behind the stadium. That's what we call it. So it's a good thing to say now. CARICOM Drive. That's a very nice concept.
Very good.
You know, and I hope that the Minister of Tourism,
we can put all the flags there.
Yes, and put all of the flags of CARICOM on that path. Yeah, that's a nice idea. Beautiful idea.
It's a wonderful idea.
I hope that central government is hearing us and can really take that into consideration.
Well, you haven't got connections now inside there.
And you know another one we need to. What's the name of the one we have moving from the bridge that we have up to the Lindo Park? It doesn't have a name. Where all the vehicles parking.
Yeah, the bypass road it's called.
The bypass road. Why don't we call it the Horsey Willie driveway? Because Horsey used to live there, you know, making his honey.
The one Lower Murphy's Lane?
The one that you're coming from the bridge.
Lower Murphy's Lane. You call that Lower Murphy's Lane.
Yeah, but we call it Horsey used to be there, so making his honey.
We can call it what?
Horsey Drive.
Horsey Willie Drive.
Horsey Willie Drive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Horsey was there.
Yes.
That would be a nice one for Horsey.
Yes. We need to, as a people, we need to start thinking.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Yes, I agree. You know, I agree.
Yeah. As we go, we get ideas. As Laku, we have to generate ideas, you know, for the future.
That's for sure.
Boy. And I'm getting quite a lot of information, you know. Some persons are talking about saying that the Grants Lane was named after the president. As they said, after Frank Barron, it was named after the U.S. president's son was Grants Lane. So, and Churchill Lane was named after Winston Churchill.
Yes.
Right. So
we're getting historical.
So we're getting some information. So yes, as we were saying, in terms of the concept of the streets, naming of the streets.
Yeah.
They were once upon a time Laku, right, Bobby? They were once upon a time Laku.
So give them Laku people names.
You remember passing through that Laku after the apartments, the non-apartments, passing that Laku.
Yeah.
You can remember that, Bobby?
Where you had the steps?
The apartments on the riverbank there?
Yes.
You climbing the steps.
To pass and pass. Yeah,
yes,
man.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Wasn't you know that with Patrick John that helped build those steps?
I was a young LYU at the time.
They say you were one of the fellas.
Oh yes, I was.
Yeah, your name calling, you know. Cecil.
I was one of the young men
with Patrick John.
under the leadership of Neva Shillingford, who was the president of the LYU at the time.
Yeah.
I was also a member of the executive of the LYU at the time.
Yeah.
And Kelvin David, who lives in Murphy's Lane.
That's right.
And a number of us, you know, worked as young brigades of the Labour Party to build that step. We didn't depend on central government assistance.
I remember seeing you there, you know,
yes.
so I call your name. You know.
Yeah, so we built that step, you know, and it was done every Sunday. Until it was finished. And so that was a nice Laku for us, because at the time, Bobby would remember that it was just mud that we had to try to climb and hold trees vines, and hold vines and to try to get to the top, you know, until late in 1976, 77, we found ourselves building that step, you know, and today we have seen an evolution.
To me, one of those good is just Bobby. To me, when that step was being built, I saw Patrick there too.
Where?
By the step.
No, Patrick has always been there. He was there every Sunday with us.
Yeah, because
carrying the boat, helping to carry the buckets.
The buckets.
We had this how you call them, mixers, the cement mixers, you know, and we had to do things in our hands.
Cooking food.
So we had
drinking.
A few elderly men, you know, Mr. Seth from Kingshill, a lot of guys who come into the area to really help in the building of the steps.
Yeah.
You know, but we were just young guys carrying the cement to make sure that work was done, you know. And Desmond, David, I think he's in the States now. All of these guys were part and parcel. David, Julian David is now passed, was also part and parcel of this program.
That's what the ghetto and the block has taken away from Laku.
Yes.
Yes. You know.
Why do you say that, Bobby?
Huh?
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that? Yeah, because people don't come together again to
do voluntary
to
work.
do things. Even in the early days in Trafalgar Village Council in the valley there, people would volunteer. But right now, you know, your sneakers is free $400. You're not going to take that and come and mix no cement for anybody.
But we have all the sneakers that we're buying for $25, you know, by Chinese shops. We have all the sneakers we buy for $25, $40.
Right. Well, I think, Bobby, in your time in the Laku, volunteerism was very, very prevalent, where people came together to do projects. But we'll come to that stage. But
right. So also to someone was saying, Bobby, in that discussion, because we still have a lot of time in that discussion, that they saying, instead of saying Horsey Willie, because Horsey Willie was not so devoted in the development of the area, why not name it Patrick Drive? Wow. By virtue of the development that he started creating there. Someone else might come and say, why not Quapo Drive?
Okay.
But what is named after Patrick John?
What is named after Patrick John? Well, the Prime Minister gave us that task, and I think it's a good thing that we are talking about that. So we can maybe name that drive, that same 50 steps that we're speaking about can now be named after Patrick John.
Patrick Drive.
Patrick Drive.
Okay.
So the Prime Minister very early requested of us to get a place that he wants us to name after Patrick John. So that's a good start. Patrick John Drive, you know, right after the bridge.
Football there,
right
across the river.
He built the houses that were there in in Lower Murphy's Lane.
Right, that would
you
be
know,
nice.
so he played an integral role in that.
Patrick Drive.
Patrick Drive. That would be important.
Yeah, that would be
And I think the let's take a telephone call quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah.
Good
Let's
evening.
talk a little more about the Laku.
Yes.
The Laku in the 40s. Oh, very good. If you come and live in the Laku and they had 6 families, and you come there now, they have 7 families.
Oh.
No, that you had 7 mothers, 7 fathers, 7 aunties, 7 everything. Any big person had a right to correct you.
Mm-hmm.
The same way they correct you, if you're hungry, they'll feed you, and so on and so on. It's a very good day. We should try and bring back those days.
Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you, caller. That's wonderful, man.
Thank you.
So if you came there, everybody adopted you as
That's
their
what
family.
I'm telling you.
Yes.
Bobby,
Bobby said
you're
that
right.
earlier on.
Yeah.
Bobby said that earlier on.
So it's 6
And we know that in the
they
Laku,
were very nice.
if one person entered that crew, he becomes a family or she becomes a family.
Part of the family.
You know, they become no part of the family, and everybody look out for each other. I mean, those of us who live in the yard know that. In my yard, I didn't have many people. I had Miss Mary, and Miss Mary had her grandchildren, Ricky, Dorian, Debbie. You know, and see, the names are still here, and we still have the names because we were like family. And on one side, you had Alan John Baptiste. They were older than us. You had Alan, you had Lucia, you had Philip, you know, you had
Family
Daphne, you had Ma John Baptiste, you had Stephen, you know, mother, and then you had Daphne's mother, Helen. And you had Diana Wom, you know Diana Wom.
Family.
So you had these people who were actually looking out for you.
Bobby's right. It
So
was
Bob-
a family.
Yeah, they were family. You
Yeah,
check,
very nice. Very nice.
you know. And I'm happy that we are able to have this kind of level of discussion, you know. Bobby,
Yes.
you know, and thanks for helping to open our eyes in some areas.
Good.
You know.
You see that that's what I would have been doing in Trafalgar at this time.
Well, come to that, boy. Yeah. Bobby, let me ask you while Cecil is searching through.
Did you hail up Wapi?
No, we'll come to him, man.
Okay, all right.
I went to see him, by the way. That's my brother.
Someone is saying to us that Mr. Murphy was from Cassibros. He was a cricketer and a former cricketer umpire.
Yeah, Murphy. Murphy Cabole.
Yeah.
You never heard that song?
No, I never.
Murphy Cabole.
Yeah.
And the Murphys were very good footballers and cricketers.
And they said to me that the LCDDA was the Minister of Trade.
Of trade,
Right. So we're getting some information, you know, some real good information.
I think he was from Delices, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobby, your time at the grammar school, what form did you enter?
I entered in 2B and I left in 4B.
Who was your headmaster?
When I first went in there, it was, we had Frobisher, a white man. You had Mr. Crick, wherever he was from, St. Vincent or whatever. Gordon Medford, a little partner we call Pepe. Remember Pepe?
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah. So in my time there, I went through, Crick, Frobisher, Medford, Pepe. Those 4 people.
Do you remember any of your teachers?
Yeah, man. Geoffrey Harris, Arthur James, that same Charles Savre. When I went in second form, Charles Savre was in 6th form, getting ready to get out. Because my first detention in grammar school was from Charles Savre. I never forget that.
He was a prefect? Or
Yeah. And usual thing, boaster want to pull ranks. Because I wasn't the culprit. The culprit was Lennox Roye. Lennox was the one who spoke.
Radican.
Yeah, Radigan. So I turn and look at Radigan to, what is it you're talking about? So Charles Savre happened to turn around and see me looking at Radigan. And you know what he did? He made me, at that time they'd make you stand on the bench, because remember that's in the morning and you're going to have assembly. So you stand on a bench in the assembly hall, and obviously once the headmaster comes in, he's going to see you, you know. And after you do all this, you pray, you do all the talk, then he tells you, you young man, come to my office. And I get a caning, Charles Savre. Since that, but we good partners. No, he and I cool, you know, we good partners. But my first detention and caning at grammar school was Charles Savre.
So you went through grammar school. What sports did you play?
Mostly in-house cricket and football, you know, for house, BJ. Because I remember coming from Newtown, you cannot help but play football. So I played thing, you know, I wasn't a runner as such to, you know. That's another thing. Back then we had a vibrant, athletic environment, activity, you know, back then. Now there's nothing like that. Remember when grammar school had a team in the first division, academy too, had a team in first division, where senior students and masters played. When there was inter-school meet, you know, I don't see none of that happening now.
Well, I'll tell you, in my time going to school too, that we had the opportunity to play first division. We had an opportunity to play intermediates. And if we split second division, we could have played 2 other divisions. But that's because I believe, that's just my opinion, that there were not as many teams as we're now witnessing in the football circle in Dominica. So football is basically a Roseau-based thing. So you find guys who are going to high school would have been given the opportunity to play as much sports as possible. In terms of football, today you don't even, you can't even fill in a football team. Because guys are bent on other things. They're not interested in athletics at all. In your time, Bobby and Breen, and my time, we were very much keen on sports. Mm-hmm. The youths of today are keen, and for them that's their sports. That is their tablet, their iPhones, and they play the same games that we are playing, but they are literally playing virtually on a device.
We would walk from Newtown to Soufriere to play a cricket game, you know.
Yes.
And get up there, still help them partners to fix the pitch. Roll and fix something and play a game and walk back down.
But the trend today could tell you, can you take a device and fly a plane from Dominica to the United States? And they'll tell you that it's fun. They'll tell you that your brain is actually working.
So, so Bobby, you all would go to play a cricket match and walk from Roseau to Soufriere to play the game, and while it's there, you still help the guys.
You help to fix the pitch and walk back down. Wow. We did that in Mon Prospero. But like you said, there was a spirit to play the sports. There was also the spirit to do things together, you know. So like doing the cricket pitch
was something you'll look forward to doing.
Look forward to
helping.
Yeah.
Did you work on the pitch at the grammar school?
No. Which one? At the old school?
At the new school?
No.
So all your education was at the old school, not in the new school?
No, I did a year in the new one.
At what year did you come in there?
I can't even remember.
64?
Maybe before that, you know.
So Bobby is part of the students that actually entered into the new grammar school.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
The old new grammar school or the new old grammar school. How do you say it?
Well, I would say the new grammar school.
The new grammar school in Bobby's time.
In Bobby's time.
If we're talking about now, what would you say? Would say the
old
new grammar school right. Or the new old grammar school?
In my time, the grammar school that I went to is no longer there, you know.
Right. So
it has been demolished.
All right. So
and then it's a new grammar school.
All right. So Bobby went into the grammar school that was around for about 50 years.
Yes.
Right, Bobby?
He went to the old one, the old senses.
The old one.
With the old senses.
You went with khaki shirt.
Short pants.
Khaki shirt and short pants and a long hose.
Khaki shirt?
Khaki shirt?
Yeah.
Wow.
And
first I'm hearing that one.
Is that? Yeah, I think so. Or maybe white shirt I did. I can't remember.
khaki shirts.
Right. But you used the hose.
A hose.
All right.
Yeah.
And your school tie. Did you have a blazer?
No, I was never interested in that. My partner Suki, make sure he have his blazer.
He still have one, you know.
Oh, hold on. So you and Suki went to school together?
Huh?
You and Suki went to school together?
Yeah, man.
You mean Herbert Winston?
Me and Suki are partners.
No, tell me about that. Tell us about that.
No, you ain't gonna get
No,
me
my
to
brother,
talk
tell us
about
about that. You cannot
They're
tell
your
me.
partner.
No, we good partners, man.
Yes.
We very, very close.
Bobby, there is something good that you and Suki would have done going to school. Would you remember Suki and his bread carrying on his bicycle?
Yeah.
Well,
I used to carry with him, like bring bread up to Point Michel or Newtown for him, that kind of thing. But he doing his thing with, a bag on his head, a bag on the handlebar, one on the crossbar, one on the back fender. Woo! That was he and he alone could do that. But he's always been that kind of person you see is the, driving, like a driving force to succeed. He wasn't going to fall through the cracks, that's for sure.
Okay. So Bobby, so during that period living in Goodwill, did you associate yourself with the Catholic Church?
Yeah.
So you became, as you said,
An acolyte.
Acolyte.
With Father
Felix.
Father Felix.
Mm-hmm.
That time, but who was down there now? Some white priest they had at the time, I can't remember his name.
Was it Father Francis?
No.
Okay.
So
Another one.
Yeah. But I mean, like that was because
I remember the name Father Straker, German fella. I remember, yes. Yeah. He worked with Father Felix.
But you see, Cecil, although you had the New Age churches around, the Catholic Church was still very dominant, And so you had no choice but to interact. There, for instance, the boy, I was in a boy club, a scout, and that again, can't remember it was sponsored by the church or it was Bido Leglis that would be in charge of those institutions. The scouts, the cubs, and you had no choice but to interact with the church,
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you, in those days, the church played an integral role in helping the poor. You find that every Friday that they used to have Bolga, they used to have Clim, oil, cornmeal. Did you remember those days?
Well, vaguely, There's chimo thing that was given in schools.
Mm-hmm. The milk.
Yeah. So you bring your nutmeg and your sugar, and when you get your milk, you just set it up and you bail.
Mm-hmm.
But
so you would not remember the days of Turkey Lane where the ordinary people had to go get their bolga, their flour.
Yeah.
Right. Give us.
But I was sort of out of that
league.
Out of league by then,
Yeah.
By the way, when you were inside the Acolyte, did you ever drink the priest wine or eat his go inside the sacristy?
The losty we used to take.
And put something on the losty?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So, which church you were at? The Goodwill?
St. Alphonsus.
Oh, okay.
St. Alphonsus.
So, that not the church that they have there now.
No,
other one.
It was the long one.
So you'd go behind the altar, fool your hand in some losty, and you'd eat that one by one, or you'd put all in your mouth. Which one?
It depends on how quick you have to get rid of it.
You have things sticking under your tongue, Cecil.
Yeah.
That's
and if you have too many, if you put 4 or 5 one time in your mouth, it's dry,
Yeah.
That's strange, Boys who are acolytes, what we did.
Yeah, man, drink wine. You Cecil, you drink the wine.
You had to drink the wine. You had to drink the wine.
You had to drink the wine.
I mean, the priest wasn't giving the wine.
Yeah.
So remember, we are the ones disposing of the wine when the priest goes.
Yeah.
So at the end of the mass, we have the key. We know where the key is staying.
Yeah.
And we would go unlock the.
Right.
There's a name calling it.
I forgot.
I forgot the name.
Yeah, where they put the wine.
Where they put the lost tea.
The lost tea inside
You
there.
know, the wine was just exposed.
Exposed.
You know, and then later on we found out that the wine was just
Gideweze. Well, the new wine they have, they know the new wine.
You know?
The new wine they have. When you take 2 shots of that, you almost drunk. You know?
Well, in my time it was Gideweze. So I'm sure people like Renick Thomas, his brother Kelvin Thomas.
Yeah, boy. They have a new wine in
Peter,
tongue, you know.
Peter Piper, not the one in Cork Street, the one in Newtown. All of these guys, you know, would have taken
The Gideweze.
the Gideweze.
Where they have
and
a new wine. It's in a big bottle.
Okay.
But that's strong, boy.
But tell me, what did the being an acolyte taught you? Bobby.
Well, that's why a while ago I tell you the magic thing you were talking about, because that's what it taught me. That is just, for lack of a better word, you know, just magic they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
This is not, it's just a ritual.
Okay.
You know, I mean, anything that puts discipline, I'm for it. You know, so I'm not going to condemn the church or condemn priests or thing,
So
because they bring people together in a disciplined manner. I'm all for that, but I am not a believer in the workings of that ritual.
All right, very interesting being in the church. Bobby, how long did you remain an acolyte?
Not long. It's just a passing thing, you know. I don't know, probably 6 months or something.
You ever thought whilst you were there that you'd become a priest at any time? If whatever came to you?
But no.
All right.
Mm-mm.
Who was Father Michael Brink?
Michael Brink. Father Michael
Who's
Brink.
Father Michael Brink?
Father Michael Brink was he was around, I think he was in St. Alphonsus too.
Uh-huh.
But,
Michael Brink, I remember.
He was more in the cathedral. That always had a little bottle of rum in his gong boy. Always.
Right.
Never miss that.
Someone said to me, I'm not the Sensi Dominica, I drank wine with Father Michael Brink, the Belgian priest, as an acolyte.
Yeah, man.
Brink was a rebel man.
Of another thing.
But Michael Brink himself was a rebel. For real, yeah.
But the Lord was a man, he liked his rum too, you know.
The Lord, that's the one that was down there, yeah.
He liked his gin, you know, gin and coconut water.
Yeah.
He was the one who was speaking high and low.
High and low, yeah.
Yes.
And when he take the gin, oh, my brother.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was tough, tall and
big
and
man.
huge.
He used to come in Finsden by Charlo, the
As a matter of fact, I served as an acolyte.
With him?
I'm with him. You know, in those days, Father Charles. You know, I remember my first black priest was Father Jolly. You know, I remember that like yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
So I was an acolyte.
Okay.
In the 70s.
There was a Laku in front of the church.
Yeah.
Like, which is that Laku Philip?
No, that's Laku. Every time I'm forgetting that name.
Which of the churches?
The one right in front of the Catholic Church.
Which
Roseau.
one? Oh, you always
The Catholic Church in Tongue, Virgin Lane.
Yes, Virgin Lane.
There's a Laku down inside there where Tolly.
Tolly was, yeah. You're always forgetting that.
Oh my God.
Somebody will call and tell us.
I'm trying to.
The only Laku that has stood out really, the name keeps there, is Laku Setlang, you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, again, I guess that's probably because of Arundel. But you always hear Laku Setlang, Laku Setlang.
Mm-hmm.
But that Laku there was a big fire there.
For Michael.
For Michael.
For Michael.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the name. For Michael.
For Michael.
Yes. Laku for Michael. That's what belonging to the priest.
Yeah.
Yes,
As a fact, Papi, Bernard, Mr. Bernard, he was the one who's going every morning to ring that bell, 12 o'clock to ring that bell, marriage to ring that bell, deaf announce for when people have passed to ring that bell. You know, there was different songs of the bell at various days or every day. and we would have understood the sound of the bell. Oh, a person died.
Yeah.
If it's a male person, there would be a different song. As a matter of fact, last week,
Williams
Costa was able to tell us the same thing, and we have seen that tradition gone. Now, I am hoping that I understood that the cathedral has reopened, and I'm hoping that that bell plays an important role in the Catholic Church again. Because that's important.
Well, I hope the bell for the Catholic Church in Portersville, they put it up because it's down on the ground.
What is Bailey? What is Bailey?
Bailey?
Or Billy? Or Bailey? Bilay, Bailey. What's that? Someone says Father Mike Brick was an alcoholic who always Bailey in church.
Bouillet, man.
Bouillet.
Bobby, you all had the Latin thing when you was an acolyte. They were saying the thing in Latin at the time.
Yeah.
So tell me a Latin word.
I can't remember that.
Yeah, Latin.
I suspect Bobby does go to church.
Bobby Scum, Expiritutum.
His father sent him to church, so he had no other choice.
But he was Latin, yeah?
Yes.
And the people love their Latin mass. That was something that they look for, especially during the Easter.
Someone told me
Friday.
that Alvin Sarah lived in Formico. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. Alvin Sarah?
Yeah, Alvin passed on some years ago.
Okay.
Alvin Sarah lived in Formico. I know.
No, man, I know Alvin in Tong.
Yeah, I know Alvin in River Street.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I know
Bumper.
Bumper, right. That's where I know him.
Yeah.
Where his father, Mr. Julian Buds, were actually living in River Street, that area.
You remember when Bath Estate had a bell talking about ringing bell? You remember when Bath Estate and they rang it in the morning at 12 and in the afternoon?
Well, I would know about that.
I would know that. Bobby, you knew that bell?
Yeah, man. Because you could stay in Newtown and hear it.
Wow. So where that bell was actually located?
Somewhere in Bath Estate there, I don't know.
In the lime factory?
In the lime factory. But it rang at, I don't know if it's 6:30 or 7 in the morning. It rang at lunchtime, it rang in the afternoon.
Was that an indicator of time?
Time, maybe, yes.
Yeah.
Because bells usually ring for different occasions and for time,
I never know that one.
To me, the bell in the Catholic Church used to ring when it's 12 o'clock.
Yes, I said 12 o'clock.
Is it still doing that? No.
No. Because remember, the church has not, the cathedral have not been in use for a while.
When you hear about cloche Laku dwe.
Yeah. Oh yes, I heard of the term cloche Laku dwe. I never realized it was actually an actual church bell.
It was a church bell. Very interesting.
Another church bell, a work bell.
And someone said it was in the lime factory.
So it told the time.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Bobby, let me just take you quickly. Did you ever know about Archibald? Was you in Portersville?
Archibald Plantations?
The Archibald, where Archibald, Domstrad. Do you know Domstrad?
No, I remember that physical structure, but not, I know of the name and people working there and that kind of thing. But I wasn't too familiar with it.
Okay.
No, someone said that I lived on Valley Road and the bell rang to summon the workers.
Oh.
So 6:40 maybe would have started work.
Yeah.
12 o'clock maybe would have been lunchtime. And 4 o'clock it means that work is over. That could have been,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good information. That's real good information.
Very good.
No, but Bobby, you're now into Newtown. Tell us about Newtown life.
Newtown?
Yes.
That's probably, I'd say that was the best part of my life, really. Because I went to live in Newtown about 12 years old. And I left there 20 to go to Canada. So those 8 years there was, quite memorable for me. Because, I lived with at my grandfather's house. So I didn't have parental control, In fact, that's why I was able to just walk away from grammar school and no questions asked.
Walked away from grammar school, meaning you left school?
Yeah.
You banned school?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't return? Didn't return?
No.
Well, Bobby, you've been a rebel long time, man. Why did you decide that?
I don't even remember now. Maybe
you-
something
Uh-huh.
because I was never one. I guess how do I put it now? There's something I think they wanted me to do, whatever, some kind of punishment. Like say, I was supposed to pick up stuff in the yard as punishment. I decided I'm not doing that. I just left school. But I guess I was one of the blessed ones who a lack of formal education wasn't a detrimental thing for me. I was still able to work my way through, without formal education. The basics, yes, but to say like school living, GCE, Cambridge, college, none of that. But Newton in itself now, with the exposure to sports, living right there on the by the Savannah, access to the sea, under power. No, those were good years. And it was during that time, as a teenager, I got a motorcycle, which also changed my attitude, make it even more adventurous again.
Adventurous in a mad way?
Huh?
Adventurous in a mad way?
Mad?
Yeah.
No, man.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't...
Reckless?
No. I had a couple accidents, but I wasn't a reckless person.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, Bobby. You live on Cornwall Street, right? Is that it?
No, Bath Road.
Bath Road.
Cornwall Street in latter years because of Harlem Plaza.
Okay.
But really on Bath Road.
We're on Bath Road.
Next to Ghost and them there?
Yes.
Well, again, there was another Laku there because behind us now, you have us on Bath Road, you have the Aarons on High Street, you have the Grells up in the corner. And so that the back of all those houses, our house, the Aaron's house,
The
Jackson's, all of that have a big Laku in there.
And you have a Laku that you could pass on High Street into Bath Road.
Right.
Yeah.
And Bath Road vice versa.
Bath Road vice versa, yes. And then you have this little road by where Zay used to be living.
Glover Lane.
Glover Lane.
Yeah.
To get you from, again, High Street into, and in those days, as you said, Pat Aaron and the others, Hepe.
So now that block there now, we used to consider ourselves, how do I put it now, daring and thing, because we sort of live in between three cemeteries, huh? You had the Catholic cemetery, the Anglican cemetery directly in front of my grandfather's house, and the Methodist higher up. So at the time, like again growing up there, like Ghost, myself, Pat, Randy, Zay, as though we invincible. Because everybody afraid cemetery, and we live in right there between three of them. So what's there to be afraid of, Yeah.
And that was a great experience living on Bath Road.
Yeah, man. Very.
According to you, you had this Savannah right there, a few steps away from the Savannah into the sea. Mm-hmm. Higher up you can go to the library. A little to your east you can go to the Botanic Gardens.
Exactly.
So it made you. Can we say a Kawat in Roseau?
Yeah, for lack of a better word.
Using the Laku
But I still wouldn't settle for Kawat because Kawat is just the Creole for vagrant. Right, Bridge?
Well, Kawat for us was a limer.
A limer.
In our days, when you say Kawat, we meant a limer, not a vagrant.
Right.
When somebody say, oh, so you're Kawat, that means you're all about the place roaming. You're just roaming. Yeah. So that's what we meant when we said Kawat.
So Bobby, you'd go to the gardens. Did you read anything in the gardens?
Let's go into that one.
Did you read
anything?
Yeah, man, but that was our garden.
Okay, tell us.
Yeah, that's pawpaw, mangosteen, everything.
You send stone behind fowls?
Yeah, man. That's where we used to go get fowls to make mess.
And what about cat?
No, we never ate cat.
You never ate cat?
No.
Okay.
But yeah, we go there. You go there with bread and rum. Soak the bread in rum and throw that and catch a fowl or two. Then
it is strange that you're saying that. I'm sure that many people might be saying it is strange. Gardens had fowls, but in that place,
boy,
that place used to have a lot of fowls.
Yeah.
I remember as a 7 days
Mm-hmm.
in my early days as a 7 days when I was eating meat in the early 80s.
They had fowls.
That we used to, when there was carnival time with myself and another guy, I won't call his name, is wrong, and we used to go to the gardens. And many say, not many say,
yeah,
Bobby.
man, men I say,
falls.
Yeah.
Get a cool wash, as we normally would say. A stone for those persons who are listening. And send a cool wash
Behind the falls.
behind the falls.
But I don't see those falls anymore in the garden.
No, but that what falls in gardens again, man. That
the
what again.
easiest thing was to just get there on
Rum.
rum, bread with rum in
You
it.
remember Wasco had some pipelines in that area?
Yeah.
So that's where we used to go and get the falls.
Yeah.
You know, and that's where they used to stay. I don't know. And there was this popular flower, the cemetery flower. You remember that cemetery flower, Bobby?
The red one.
The pink.
The pink, yeah.
Bobby, you remember this one?
Um,
The cemetery flower?
yeah, man.
Right.
The correlita.
Correlator. I
yeah.
never know the name.
Correlator.
And the fowls would like to be around that, man. And Bobby used to use bread and rum, but I used to use stones
To hit them.
and to hit them. And when you hit a fowl a cool wash, it's not going nowhere, you know. The fowl have to get drunk and to be shade itself for Bobby to catch it.
Yeah.
It will still run, but when you give it a cool wash,
It stopped.
it stop. You hit 2-3 fowls and you're good to go. You go home and you make a mess, or you go by the river and you
Clean that.
You clean it and you have your wood and your shaving to make a fire. You know, Bobby, you remember that, right?
Yeah, man. They were talking about that. Remember when they used to hold go Colihaut?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because so they trap them behind Fort Young and come up all the way to Newtown with this big net. They had a big master net that they used to trap them. And then now, this big net would be tied, all be like behind Suki there,
Yes.
tied in that area. And every morning, they'd go in there with little boats and take two boat full.
Of fish.
Yeah.
Of Colihaut.
And Colihaut there on that, man, the place used to smell of Colihaut. Yeah.
I can imagine that. Bob.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. But
So-
Bobby, would you remember by any chance the Fortune Hotel up to the barracks, that big gutter there? Do you remember that gutter?
The gutter.
Yes, a long gutter from the barracks down to Fortune Hotel.
I've always heard about that, but I've never seen that.
Never
you know.
seen
Never seen it. Yes.
No.
The British, when they had their barracks,
Okay, had that.
that they had this gutter, this big, huge tunnel that they would go through from one station to the other.
Other one.
You know,
Well, they say it's still there, you know.
it's still there.
I heard about that, but I never seen.
Okay.
Bobby, about the, you mean when they send it,
Yeah, when they send it.
right, it would last for a whole week or 2 weeks.
Yeah, man.
They've taken
More than
out.
a week.
Right.
Yeah.
You go call you. But I'm not seeing that anymore under the fort.
No.
No, they don't
Little
have
thing they get in now.
Yeah, I remember those days.
In those days, you know, they didn't have the cruise ship berth there.
Yeah.
They only had a big step. I try to remember in history, how did that big step get there?
Well, I don't know.
Bobby, would you be able to help us?
With the big step out in the
You
sea.
see?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you
That
know?
was part of a jetty that was there, you know.
Okay.
So the jetty between the step and the shore broke. That's why that stayed
Step
out
still
there.
remain. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there was a jetty there.
And you remember that cannon that they had on that same area where the close to
Not
the
a
Fortune
cannon,
Hotel-
a anchor.
an anchor,
Yeah,
sorry.
big
Yeah,
anchor.
the cannon was by Fortune Hotel, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, the anchor.
That's in Canefield now.
Yes, it's still in Kenfield.
Kenfield.
Yeah, by James.
No, by Patrick James.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Patrick James.
Patrick
yeah.
James in the
Yeah,
yard there.
yeah. And,
Yeah.
and Bobby, would you remember too the life that people lived in that area, Soufrier, Scott's Head, where that long shop? You can remember that where the Gary Hotel is? You remember that area?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit.
That's where what's his face had his thing in recent. Well, that's where the new Fort Young waterfront is.
Yes.
Right.
No, that's where The Gary Hotel is.
Gary
Oh,
Hotel.
there
was a shop there.
So there's this shop.
There was a
The
shop.
people from Soufrière Scott said that's where they used
And
to.
Daily says.
And Daly's, that's where they used to. That's where they used to be. You know? And there was always having a lot of coals. You know, that's Chebon place.
Chebon, that's where they would sell the
Chebon. And oil and rum. Your rum, that's where you used to get that. You remember that, Bobby?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the owners of that shop.
The name of the shop.
I'm trying to remember the owners. I wish someone could help us with the owners.
I remember Old Man Roll. Because I remember the side where Judith Pestina was living there. That's where Old Man Roll was.
Yes.
So I remember that. But the commercial activity on the seaside there, I can picture it, but I don't remember too clear.
And then the market just across there.
Right,
What was the life like in the market?
That was vibrant.
People coming with their tosh and their Creole clothes, you know, to sell and have their trays. In those days, you had their wooden trays.
And they put their things on the ground too.
Yes. And it was a different life.
Market life was probably once every Saturday, you know.
Yes.
Not like now in the market.
It used to be Friday too, you know.
No, it was just Saturdays.
When they went to the new market, they
went on to
recent
Friday.
times,
Recent time. But I remember the market, everybody went there on a Saturday.
The road was blocked, right, Bobby?
Yes.
Yeah, because people, you see all in front Singola Bronchies, people was all on that road there with things.
Yes, so that road was blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you had ERI shilling for the where Singola is.
And after that came the NAU, National Workers Union.
Had the office,
where Singola offices.
Yeah.
Before Singola was
Jomot and them.
Yeah, Jomot. Yeah. So you're right. And these other guys been there for all of that years. Roberts. LG Roberts.
Yeah, that used to be Osborne. Bridgewater, that was called.
Bridgewater. Oh,
it was Old Man Osborne who was running that.
And would you know how Roberts came to have it?
Well, Osborne was married to one of them Robert women. Remember Heather and Robin?
Yes.
Well, their mother.
Okay.
Red-skinned lady.
Yes, that big, strappy red-skinned woman.
So that's.
Do you know her?
I think that's the connection with the Roberts.
Okay.
I'm not too sure. I don't take my word.
Beautiful woman, man. Hefty, about 6 feet one.
No, Bobby. We just saw the demolition of a building that people have been speaking about a long time ago. Do you have any recollection of that building? What it was used for?
Which one?
The one that just broke the top of it.
But it's next or opposite to Domlec's office, not the administrative office, but.
What did you say? Next to Roberts?
Yes.
That
adjacent to Roberts.
Yeah, that's an old family. You know, the last I heard was that who was it now? Henry Shillingford was the attorney or whatever for them. But that was one of them old time families.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, someone is saying to me that Tina is a very good historian in Dominica, and we have to appreciate her. She says that there was the Roll Castrol outlet close to the old market, and the Hub store at the other end by Pebbles Park.
That's the name of the store.
Yeah.
By Pebbles Park.
Very good.
Where Ma Binwa,
the Hub. Yeah. Very good, Tina. Yeah. Very good, the Hub.
So the Hub. And the name the Hub is very important.
Man, the Hub.
You know,
when you're coming down the hill, you see it. The name written.
So the Hub, as we know, a hub is where several things meet together. You know, so you have the Hub.
Very good.
You know, yes. Tina, thanks very much for that information.
Thank you very much. The Hub,
you know?
as though I can see it.
Yes, it was in a
as you come down,
a Coca-Cola sign, right?
Sign right there.
Bobby, the Coca-Cola sign right that used to write the Hub in green.
Yeah, when I saw it in green.
It was a Coca-Cola sign.
Yeah,
I think it was. If memory serves, if the Coca-Cola is Juicy Factory,
one of them.
Juicy. If the Coca-Cola is Juicy,
the Hub.
If the Hub written in green, I'm seeing it now.
I seen it.
And the building itself was grayish. It was not painted.
No.
It wasn't painted, but it was grayish.
Right. When you go into the library, you always see it.
You must see it by Pebbles Park.
When you're coming back down,
and
you see
the people of Soufrière, that's where Patois actually was living. Bobby, you remember that?
Yeah, man.
I mean, whenever you reach in that Hub, say Patois Munka Hashe.
Very lovely place.
Because everybody from Soufrière Scott said that's what they knew. Creole, you know? And Fort Young was higher up. You had People's Park, and then you had the the toilet.
The toilet,
You know?
the hub. That's
You
good.
remember Mabichi?
Yeah, man.
Mabichi, the mother of Stay.
That was the.
Yeah.
She used to be dancing belly.
Dancing
as well.
belly,
And
that's
playing-
correct. That's
and
correct.
playing her rounders. She had a rounders team.
Someone said to me that Cecil, that the house belonged to the Warty family.
Yes.
Yeah.
And one, if the son worked with Domlek, one of the son worked with Domlek.
Okay.
So, yes,
Yeah. What he went to the grammar school.
Yeah.
right. So that's what someone is saying.
But people even thought that place was haunted, you know. Upstairs, nobody was living in the place.
Yeah, it's a nice property.
nice
Nice
property, though.
property. I don't know
Yeah.
what they're going to do with that because it's just there. Years.
For
it's
years,
just
you
there.
know.
Years, it's just
For
there.
years.
That's a piece of real estate. Bobby, why didn't you tackle it now?
But we had $1 million to buy it.
Just like trouble, Bobby.
I'm not in the party. I cannot do those things.
Bobby, you purchased a building over $1 million.
Yeah, you can
So
just
you
buy
were
that.
not in no
That
party.
was back then.
You were not in no party.
No, boy. Cecil, to be honest with you, you know, for the past 20 years, nobody has been able to do anything.
We'll come to that. But you could offer something. I mean, a lot of fellas just go and offer something, man. You offer something and they check you, man.
Those days are done for me.
Okay, so Bobby, you lived in Newtown. You lived a life in Newtown, a very important life in Newtown.
important.
And you're able to tell us a lot of the things around the hub of Newtown. You went then to Trafalgar. Why Trafalgar?
Boy, I was in England and made that decision to come home. And I came, I had a lady and a baby with me, so I couldn't go stay at somebody like by my family or that kind of thing. So the only place that was available for rent was a house in Shawford. And that's how I ended up there. That house belonged to Catherine Bocho, who was at the infirmary. So I rented that house.
Who worked at the infirmary?
Yeah.
All right.
And I rented that house, and I've been in Trafalgar ever since. In fact, this year is 35 years since I've been there.
Okay.
I came in 90.
All right.
Wow,
And you have since then placed yourself well in the community.
Yeah.
You have given representation via the local government. Tell us a little bit about that. Just a little bit about that.
Oh, well, at first everything was good, you know, because I have a passion for local government, for community work and thing, except that, again, I'm not trying to be political, but for the past 20 years, things have changed, and how the rules and regulations for village councils, for local government, those things have been interfered with, or we're not adhering to the rules. And so local government, village council, they topsy-turvy. When I first got in there, it was nice because everybody, it was basically like not fundraising now, but a committee that come together to better the village. Even the issue we had with the speaker at the time didn't, although it was a big issue, but that was nothing to stop the community working together and moving forward, you know. Trafalgar people have always been hospitable. That's probably the most hospitable community that I know. And so, being there, keeping the community vibrant, I kind of enjoy that. Recently, with the new elections and what happened, I sort of retire hurt from this village council and local government thing, you know.
I don't understand, Bobby, when you said that the interference of the local government. Give me a better explanation.
Local government, how do I put it? It's supposed to be like local government is a stage between the central government and the community. So it needs to be allowed, as long as it is in itself not personal or political, it needs to be allowed to do its thing. And I don't find that happening. Like, take for instance, in my situation there, here it is, I got the most votes. They ended up saying there was 2 of us, but the only reason there's 2 of us at the front is because they declared some ballots null and void. So 6 ballots, that was about 6 ballots that would have put me in a clear lead with thing for whatever reason. So both of us ended up thing. Now, as you know, Cecil, you have 5 elected and 3 nominated. And I was one of the 5 elected, but only one of 2 that not red. In other words, 3 of the 5 elected was red, for lack of a better description. And then
so you're saying, let's put it according to you, 3 of the 5 were red,
right,
and 2 were blue.
No. Well, you.
So why would you? So
for,
why would?
Okay, for.
Let's say 3 had same ideology.
2 of the 5 were not red. 3 were red and 2 not red. Let's put it
no.
Okay,
let's be fair and square.
Okay,
let's take out callers and let's take out party.
Okay.
3 people had the same sentiment.
Mm-hmm.
2 other persons had 2 different sentiments. Right. So I because if you're telling me red, I'll tell you blue.
So now 3. They nominate 3 now to come to make 8.
Not they nominate, the law says.
The law says 3
right.
are nominated, right. And now this 6 now, the 3 who are nominated, plus the 3 who are elected, have gotten instructions that Bobby is not in the party, make sure he's not the chairman.
But how do you determine that?
They told me.
No, how do you determine that?
The people told me, they says, hey, listen, Mr. Bobby, I'm really sorry, but this is what was. And Cecil, listen, you've been there, you know the thing.
I'm saying to you, Bobby, I'm going to go back. I like to deal with history. I want to go back way back as 1967, as I told a previous guest of mine, that when Patrick John was given the opportunity to serve the community of Roseau, at the time it was Roseau, not Pottersville and these other places, you had a few surrendos and a few people who belonged to the DUPP who were adamant that Patrick John wasn't going to become the mayor.
I remember.
Thank God Patrick John got the majority of the votes within the council who had the same ideology. I don't talk about party. We can say party if we wish. No. But thank God at the time, 7 out of the 8 people who were elected were belonging to Patrick John's party. So Patrick John became the mayor. Okay? We have seen Annette Saint-Hilaire in 1971 became the mayor of the city. And that was because the Freedom Party at the time had Annette Saint-Hilaire, who won the election and had a greater majority than that of Leblanc. And we know what happened when that crossed the path, that Annette Saint-Hilaire decided that she was going to call one of the streets in Roseau Freedom Street. You remember that? Right. And Leblanc felt that some power must be removed from the council because that the council felt that they would take their political belief and want to stain the party. So here comes the development of putting 3 people within the status quo of the governance of the local government. Then, during the reign of Dame Eugenia Charles, we had various communities with their various political beliefs. We can talk about Lagon in Portsmouth as a typical example. When Mr. Mills was not elected, was not a candidate, and he was placed as a nominee, and instructions according to you was given by the elected and the nominated members that Mr. Mills should be the leader of the council and became the mayor. And that went on and went on. And in various other communities in Dominica, during other governments' reign, that we saw people became leaders, or we can say chairpersons of the council by virtue of their political belief or political affiliations, where the minister has the power to dominate free people. And most times, because we are so politically conscious now, that people go out and they would vote for their political friends, both as from the local level, and when you are nominated as a member of, when you're nominated as a member of the council, you now become a councillor, and by virtue of this, you are able to vote for whoever you so wish as the leader. I went up myself. I could have been the mayor prior to 2001, but instructions were given for other persons to have been the mayor, and so that went on. So coming back today, in today's life, what you're saying, Bobby, do not make it sound like as if it's just yesterday that began.
No.
Okay, don't make it sound, I said, do not make it sound like yesterday it began.
No.
Because, Bobby, at the end of the day, it is not the people who voted for you who determines who become the chairman. I want us to remember that. We all are aware when we enter into the race, we know even if we get the most votes,
that doesn't make you the chairman.
That does not make you the chairman.
I understand.
And that has been from inception.
Yeah.
So you getting the most votes doesn't say that you are going to be the chairman.
I should be the chairman.
Right.
I understand
right.
that.
So don't take wrong or wrong.
What I'm saying is there are loopholes in the rules and regulations, and people are misusing those loopholes. You know, because if it's a situation where it's for the betterment of the community, you say that the people who voted for me are not. Let's come back to the color thing. Are not workers, you know. Let's say of the 100 people who voted for me, I'd say maybe 30 workers. The rest was labor. So what that's saying is, both labor and workers see the need for somebody of my caliber to be dealing with their business. That is what that is.
No. They voted for you to become a councillor. And they feel that by voting for you as a councillor, if you are the chairman, and even if you are not the chairman, that you are able to contribute to the works and to the development of the community.
Yeah.
So I think you did a disservice to the people of the community by they respecting who you are, gave you the opportunity to be their chairperson, and you have lost the favor and decided that you do not want to be part and parcel of the program.
I'm not leaving the light and going in the darkness, my brother.
No, my
and
brother.
That is what that was. You cannot tell me that we sit in here and we know what's the best thing to do.
Somebody's calling.
So, Bobby, hold on a while.
You're going to do the opposite.
Let's hear what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Cecil, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
What's up?
Fine.
Hartley and Bobby Fredrick.
Good evening.
Cecil.
I'm listening.
We're listening.
I'm listening.
You may know my voice.
Yes,
okay?
I know the voice very well.
I have followed and I have been in the village council. I never contested the village council because of a public officer. You could not be a member of a village council. But I have followed village council elections for a lot in my life. And Bobby, I don't want to take sides, but Bobby is making some sense. I'll tell you why. Before, you have maybe up to 12 people and more taking part in the local village council election.
That's correct.
Now, 8 people make up the number.
No, in Bobby's case, 5.
5, okay. 5 people are elected, okay? And the 3 other members have to be nominated.
That's correct.
Is that true?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Good. But the thing is, I believe, for what I've been hearing, and Bobby alluded to that, is that because I think the how do you call it? The parliamentary representatives nowadays, they are more into the village council than what it used to be before.
That is not true. That is not true.
I have known it, Cecil.
I would not accept that. That is not true.
Cecil,
Yes,
listen to me.
Yes, I'm listening.
Don't tell me that is not
I'm
true.
going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Can you listen to me for 1 minute?
Tell me, I'm listening.
Yeah. I remembered when I went up in 1999 for the council. At the time, the minister was Gertrude Roberts. There were three constituencies: Roseau North, Roseau Central, and Roseau South. It happened that the United Workers' Party would have had 4 people in the council, and the other party would have had 4. But the government had to nominate 5 people. The minister,
that is for the city council.
yes, for the city council.
All right.
And the government had to nominate their 5 people. They nominated their entire 5 people, and yet still they requested of their side to come to a meeting at a particular minister of finance, I can say, office, to have discussion and to determine who was going to be the chairperson.
The mayor.
All right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying to you, let us not be hypocrite about this fact. What we need to say, we need to change the procedure. We need to talk about reform of the council, but we cannot now sit back and say that what is there is wrong. What makes it wrong?
Okay.
When that's what the law says.
Let me tell you, I know the law.
Right.
I never contest the election, but my father was, I would call it father of local government.
I know that he was.
I would say.
I know that. I know that.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
Let me tell you that.
Yes.
Okay?
Tell me.
You're talking about 1990, but Cecil, it's almost what?
200 years.
Almost 24 or almost 50 years ago. Almost.
Yeah, go ahead.
Things have changed, Cecil. It may not be the same thing like when you contested the election.
It is the same. It has never
It has
changed.
changed now. It has changed,
No,
Cecil.
no.
There is more, listen to me. There is more involvement now in the parliamentary representatives in the local government election than before. Don't tell me no.
Yes.
I can tell you, if you go back to Wesley, if you go back to your same constituency, Calibishi, all right? If you go back to Vekas, if you go back to Thibault, if you go back to Portsmouth, if you go back to Grand Bay, all right? If you go back to Soufriere Scott's Head, my brother, I am involved in local government for many, many years. And I'm telling
Long ago those things happened?
How long ago? Boy, before 2000, those things were happening. I just gave an example of 1967 in Patrick John. I just gave an example of Patrick John in 67. I give an example of Annette Saint-Hilaire in 71. I give an example of Mr. Gonzalez Piwi. I give an example of Miss Butler, Baba Butler. You remember? Ma Butler. You remember?
I know.
You remember
when she was the mayor.
You remember how she became the mayor? Do you remember how she became the mayor? Do you remember
even lately as far as Evans Girl?
I was about to ask you, did you remember how Evans Girl became the mayor? Do you remember how Mills became the mayor? Huh?
No.
Do you remember how Eugene Grove became the mayor?
Cecil.
Because Eugene Grove became the mayor. Let me again because of the government involvement.
So do not say it was most recently. No, it is not recently.
I didn't say it is recently. I say it is happening more now.
No, it has
I
always
didn't
been
say
happening.
recently.
It has been happening all the time.
It is happening more now. Cecil, I'm on the ground,
I am on the ground.
Well, maybe what you can say, caller, is that there need to be reform.
That's all.
Because basically, what you're seeing, and you can say it clearly, you want to say it, is there's political interference in the election of a chairman. You would like to see reform.
Not only
That's what you
brain,
really
not
say.
only the chairman.
That's what you're saying, you know.
In the running of the village councils general.
So you need reform?
Yes, definitely.
So that's what you need to talk about.
Just say that.
That's what you need. Talk about
But
reform.
At the same time,
Talk about when.
Take for instance, right? Take for instance, in the past, right? I know when my deceased father was alive, he had been trying very much to allow public officers to be on the village councils. And up to now, maybe that has not happened yet.
And we know the logistics as to why that cannot happen, because the public officers cannot be managers of themselves. That's what it is. And you know that.
That is
But
all
and
that,
you know that.
all that is in the reform.
No, but I'm
all that
saying-
is in the reform of
but-
local government.
But I am saying to you, on the time when your father wanted that, it was also said to him that the public officers cannot be part of a governance because they cannot be managers of
yes.
themselves, and that's what the rule says. If they
But
are,
Cecil,
they can be, they can be admin.
You know why?
They can be,
and those are some of the people who command more of the respect in most of the communities. I can tell you that. So that is why they were trying to allow members of public servants, public officers to be on the councils. I know it's Cecil. But the first how you call it, local government thing in the whole country was Mr. Elford Henry.
yes, he was. Yes, he was.
And he was also one of those trying to see if this could be it could be amended so that public officers could be.
When Elford asked for that, who was in government? Who
When
was in
he
government?
asked for who was in government?
Yes, who was in government?
Dominican Labour Party.
No, sir. When Elford Henry,
Dominican Labour Party.
when Elford was in the 80s, was Demi Junior Charles. When Elford was the head of the entire councils of because remember they had a DALCA. When Elford was a head.
Yes, Dominican Association of Local Government Authorities.
In the 80s, Elford was then the chairman under the Freedom Party. He asked for some of the reforms, and these reforms have never been established. We know that. I was part of DALCA.
You don't think
I was part of DALCA.
You don't think it's time for the reform, Cecil?
Oh yes, I believe it's time for reform. I believe. I have never said there's no time for. I said earlier on to you that yes, there's supposed to be a reform, but we need to sit together and to determine what is the most practical form of reform that is required. Because we might say the person who gets the most votes, but the person who gets the most votes might not be able to articulate the issues of the council.
They might not be able to command the majority of the office of the position. I can understand that.
No, but in the reform it also asks that it has to be an elected member to be the chairman. Yeah. It has said that in the reform. The reform is saying
yes.
Right, and I don't have a problem with that.
Be a
but I'm saying to you that we have to also look at the fact that because the nominations, the people who are nominating have to vote.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? They have to vote.
And they can vote after they are nominated. I can understand that.
So I'm saying, and they are nominating for the chairperson. Mm-hmm. So it will always be in the hands of the council to do the last bit, which is to put the chairperson.
Bobby made a statement earlier on, okay? Bobby made a statement. If it happened before, but it's happening now, Cecil.
But I'm saying to you,
they can say that they don't want that person to be the chairman.
It has always been. I'm not saying by virtue of that it is right, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying to you it has always been. Yeah. And let us not pretend that it was only now it came about.
I am not saying it is only now, but it is
we need to reform. We need some reform.
It is happening.
But we need the reform.
We need reform.
And I think what we need to speak more on, Bobby, need to
is the reform.
Bobby should have stayed inside there and make the point that we need to do the reform. Right now we have DALCA. Let us see the chief of DALCA and tell DALCA, let us now meet with the minister responsible for community development and we'll look at the reforms.
But that should have happened long ago, Cecil.
Should, but let us go forward.
Let's go
forward. Let's take another call.
Bobby, you're getting controversial. We're getting hot in here.
Hold on. Good evening. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. You're live.
Hello.
You're live. Speak, caller.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, speak. We're hearing
Hello.
you. Yes, we're hearing you.
Hello.
You are listening to your radio.
Yeah.
You're listening to your radio, sir. So put long volume of your radio and speak to us. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Cecil, let me tell you, we in Trafalgar, as Bobby said earlier, we are people that embrace people and so on. We knew what went in Trafalgar. We needed somebody to help the pirate. And when we look at Trafalgar, we saw Bobby as the best person for that. Bobby is a man that always going around checking all project a positive man. Bobby, for the moment, we realize non-political. But the thing is that, according to some information, it looked like Bobby must have made some statement too, and it went out. But the way the thing happened there, it was a protest in my view. The whole thing. You understand? So, we really, really wanted Bobby as the person to be the chairman. We vote in Trafalgar for Bobby to come in as a chairman to help the pirate, because it's in the pirate have too much work and he doesn't have time to be in the village. So we saw Bobby as a man that would help in that regard. And this is why we vote Bobby, and we vote him to be chairman.
But by virtue that he did not get the chairmanship, who says that, because remember the council has committees and the chairperson is responsible to set up those committees, and Bobby knows that very well because he was a chairman of the council. And who says that the council couldn't have given Bobby that direction, the directive of being the one responsible to work with the government? Who knows that? So Bobby chicken out.
Yeah, but the thing is that Bobby knew, because of past experience, and all of us know that his voice now is not going to have no power now. You understand? Because already the quorum already against him. Any decision, they're going to have the say. So he's basically going to be a waste of time there now.
I wouldn't say
at that age, sitting down there is a waste of time. I agree, Bobby. And Oliver, that talking there.
All right.
Okay. We know you. We know you. You cannot disguise your. I wouldn't call your name, but we know you. We know you. You're very close to the council.
A man that's supposed to vote Labour for how much years? But we see in Trafalgar now, it's time to get away from all these things and have a man that really have the village in heart and to move it forward. Because we knew in our village, we know what's going on now.
Yes.
We see so many young people involved in alcohol and everything start going down a path, sports, everything. And we knew what Bobby could do, so we look at him as the man to bring back our village. Yeah, we want it. Yeah, we want it. And I know he would not be able to do it just being a member of the council.
Okay then, thanks man.
But understand?
Here's the don't run. Let me just give you one last thing before he goes. But people have been saying, and I've been hearing it on the streets when I go to Trafalgar, that Bobby has political ambitions. We can't, but I'm not. He's there. I'm not speaking behind his back. That's what I hear people saying. He has political ambitions. He ran in Newtown. Maybe in this time, he probably thinking of running in Trafalgar. That's what I'm hearing. You hear all kinds of talk. So, caller, thanks for holding.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hold on.
You want to respond?
Man, I speak to Bob. I speak to Bobby all the time. Saying that Bobby have political thing in him, he want to go up for election. No. But I don't think Bobby have that on his mind, because Bobby is a person I speak with all the time. You understand? And if Bobby would go up for election now, Bobby would go up for a party where he would win, So it might be for Labour Party, Bobby would have go up.
But that's your view.
Yeah, that's my
I just wanted to tell Alvin Thomas, I read your message and I'm listening, and I'm very unbiased in the sense of looking at what is the rule, what is the law now,
the rule of the
and
game.
I can only deal with what the law is, and I think what we need to do is to now sit together and to see how best we can change the rules that are now governing local government. Bobby, back to you.
Okay.
I feel the program is about you, Bobby.
Okay, so let me just say something there.
Yes.
Yeah. The caller there was very right, and that's what I was trying to tell you from the beginning. And there's no question that there needs to be reform in local government from the top down. There's no question about that. But that's another story. The current story is there are loopholes that allow for political interference, and like you rightly says, it's been happening from long. But I'm positing that the interference has been for the betterment of the council and the people to benefit from it, whether it was with PJ or I think Grell, anyone, or even you yourself, you know, in this case here, my case particularly, it was a negative move. It was more, I wouldn't even say it was it was more personal than even being political. Because if it was political, he would have realized that I'm more for help there than thing. And so that interference wasn't necessary. But I don't want to dwell on that. It's done. And like I said, I'm not going to, if at the start here, I'm watching 6 of you all playing this silly little game, you know, 6 of you all, that even 2 out of the 6 come and tell me, boy, Mr. Bobby, look, it's so and so, it's not my fault, but rah, 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 rah. So I cannot be watching that up front and to go down the shoot with that. Cecil, like, here, do that. If up front, you all are going to be treacherous, you know, why should I stay in there to try to do anything? You know, so I understand what you're saying, and maybe you have the capacity to stay in there and fight. I ain't doing it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I reserve my energy for
other matters.
Yeah.
All right.
So maybe even if when the bell rings, oh yeah, I just might do that now.
You heard what the guy said, Bobby? Bobby heard what the guy said? The guy said maybe you would have said something.
No, well, he's right. He's right. But what I'm saying, based on recent things, when I'm watching, you know, even like, again, since we're in politics now, I'm watching this thing, and I'll be the first to say that workers should take another look at their strategy, because it's not working. Certain things that are being said are not working. I'll be the first to say that. But I also want to say, I think this thing of persecuting and arresting people is not good for none of us. Not for labor, not for workers, not for Dominica. This cannot work. It won't work. You wouldn't be happy sitting there knowing that they arrest Bobby Fredrick. For what? Because Bobby Fredrick say do this, don't do that. They arrest him. You wouldn't be happy with that.
If Bobby Fredrick requests of people to break the law and they arrest Bobby Fredrick, I will not feel sorry for Bobby Fredrick. I'm telling you, if I Cecil Joseph make people break the law and the police arrest me for allowing these people to break the law, no one should feel sorry for me. I'm telling you.
I would say, my view is that going forward, that on the issue of village council and town council, then there needs to
city council and also that of the Colihaut council.
Reform. Reform is important, and discussions must take place.
And I think between you and I, Bobby, I would want to say that I think Dalka is not playing a very good role in that determination. I think now, outside of Dalka, you have also the local government commissioner, who has to play a vital role in leadership of the council.
Cecil, you in Dominica, you know the run-ins, man. It starts from the top down.
No, I'm telling you.
And the commissioner, really, he just there. It's nothing he can even suggest anything. You know that. You know that.
The commissioner can't suggest anything?
He can't even suggest anything. He has his job.
Fact.
He has to do what he has to do.
So he has a job description.
But
Bobby, he has a job description.
Yes.
And if he has a job description guiding him, and he does what the job description says, and any minister comes to him, he has to tell the minister, this is what my job description says.
Right. But you see,
I'm saying that there is something called communication.
Yeah. The thing about it, Bobby, if you're running a race, you know the terms and conditions under which you must operate. Right. You have to qualify. And if there are certain rules laid down already, as you should, it has been there for a while.
Yes.
And one cannot just come and change the game.
Right.
There has to be the reform, because there is a framework in which you operate.
Right.
And a lot of people don't understand.
That's true. There has to be reform. But nevertheless, on current run-ins, we can be a little bit more sensitive to how we go. Because like the partner said, I told you, it's labor rights who voted for me. It's not workers. Some workers did, but it's mostly labor rights. So these people saw there is a need for something to happen. But it's from the top now. Because remember, the PAL rep or the technocrats downtown. They're not involved. They're not on the streets up there, The commissioner or the PAL rep have no idea what's happening up there. It's the people that know, and that's why they made the decision they make.
Bobby, what was your first time that you ran for council? What was your input into the development of the community?
Huh?
What did you do when the first time you ran? What did you achieve?
We're talking about Bobby. We're talking about Bobby Fredrick now.
A lot.
Right.
A lot. And that, which is why the people made the decision they made there.
So let me ask you a question. Why didn't you not make yourself available for the second time around? Why didn't you not make yourself available for the second time around?
How you mean me?
When you ran one time, you won. And did you run the second time after winning?
Is when I moved from Trafalgar to thing, I had to ease up on that, but I couldn't be two places at the same time. I needed to be down at Harlem Plaza and focus on that.
Okay.
So it's not a matter of I didn't follow through or anything. Now you ask, if I have to list the amount of things I done, we don't have time here.
Okay.
But could you name
one of them, three? For instance, remember Brian Grant?
Yes,
from
basketballer?
Yeah. He came down here on a healing thing, on a holistic healing thing. We met, and one thing led to the other. Brian Grant gave me almost $15,000 to rehabilitate basketball in Trafalgar, And at the time, I could have worked it out. In fact, by the time I was through doing what I had to do, it was still short of a couple $1,000, which I had to go in my pocket for, and I just won. Certain streets up there, making them more user-friendly. Lights. There are a lot of places that didn't have any street lights. So there are things that I done, and a lot more that I can do. And that was what the people saw and was giving me the opportunity to do that.
Now, you said, Bobby, that you lived in the United States and you also lived in England. I would like to know, before coming to Dominica, what kind of projects or what type of work you did while you were in the metropolitans.
I've always worked, so whether I've worked, my training is lithography, and I'm a skilled press operator, or you call it, I also worked as a salesman. I've always worked, but done my own business. What's the question leading to as to what projects I?
No.
What did you do?
You said that you lived in the States something like 20 years, and or in England something like 20 years.
Between the two,
it would have meant that there is something that you learned. There is something that you were able to develop your own self, and to be able to bring that energy, that talent back home. And I would have asked you, the next question would have been, what did the Laku taught you while being in the Laku when you were out there to prepare you for that kind of development that you would have done in the US or England?
Well, the Laku would have prepared me for that in terms of I didn't go out there being a thief or, I went out there a positive person. I bettered myself academically. I trained myself technically, and these are the skills I brought back here. So over there, like for instance, when I first went to California, the reggae was just coming in there, and so I opened up a reggae shop, selling reggae music, renting roller skates, and that was very successful. That is, again, you says, well, what I brought with me. So the skills of doing that over there, working over there, conducting business over there, that's what I done here. And that's why I was able to succeed here.
And you were able to bring that skill to Dominica with you. until you established the cocoa cottage.
Cocoa cottages. Because
Tell us a bit about the cocoa cottage.
When I living out there, I saw the tourism thing. I lived in San Francisco, in London, in Negril, Jamaica, and I saw how tourism was going. So when I came up to Trafalgar, like I says, I sort of by accident stumbled onto the tourism thing. Like it was just coming here, and people weren't really ready, weren't prepared. But having been out there in it, I was ready, prepared, and so. Now I was renting a place from somebody, and I spent money setting up the place. True, I didn't ask her for permission to do it, and so she was annoyed, wasn't too happy about that. So I decided then and there, I'm not renting from anybody again. And from the time I got notice to move from the place, I started looking. I got a piece of land. I got a piece of land, 29,000 square feet. Paid for it, did my thing, did a little obia, little thing, and before you know it, I was on my way.
Mm-hmm.
So I've always taken a positive attitude towards whatever challenge I have.
And the cocoa cottage, which kind of people that you were able to attract? Celebrities,
yeah.
business
One
people.
of my forte is that I recognize what the product is here and who is the client for that product, and I'm able to work with them, fuse them. So even when back then when I built cocoa cottages, the emphasis was to go Garaway style,
Mm-hmm.
the concrete walls, the air cons, TV, all of that. I went the other way, a wooden structure by the river. You're serving local things, fawin and zaboka and saltfish and fried plantain. And so I had a niche,
Mm-hmm.
and it worked.
Yes.
So yeah, celebrities, like I tell you, I had people like Brian Grant, John Lennon's son, Julian. Quite a few celebrities passed through there.
Okay. What about business people alike?
Yeah, because again, most of the help and support I get is from business people who sort of appreciated what I was doing there.
Were you able to also attract television companies to come and see these things that you were doing?
Yeah.
Because you had extraordinary.
I've done a lot in terms of promoting Dominica, getting PR for Dominica. A lot. And again, we come back to that's what the people up there saw, and that's what they wanted to continue.
Mm-hmm. Now, from the Cocoa Cottage, you had Harlem Plaza, big business.
Mm.
I would like to see successful also. Tell us how the concept of Harlem Plaza came about.
Well, again, that's from being out there, because when I had the record store in California, that's the thing I did every Sunday. We had like a flea market and live music. It worked, the ganja smoking people, the reggae listening people. That was the niche that we had. So, and then I've always been in and around music. I never dedicated myself to being a Fitzroy or a Freddie or a Julie, but I've been sympathetic towards them. And whenever, say, there'd be a situation where an individual or a band couldn't couldn't meet their thing, I would assist. That's where I came in, So Harlem Plaza, there was a need for that here, for a music place like what I did there. And it worked. Is unfortunately from the hurricane. And then when people wanted to help me, felt that I should declare myself red so I could get help.
Yeah, good with politics. I'm not prepared to go down that road again. I would not be trapped. I would not be trapped to go down that road again.
But let me. Why is it there?
No, I wouldn't go there. That's why I tell you. I told you before, I'm 76 years old. I know a lot. I was there from Mr. Barron was chief minister. I know people from way back there.
Let me put something to him. In terms of your place, the Harlem Plaza, very popular area for entertainment, more so the Calypso. I know, for instance, you had certain tents in your area. How did that go? You had tents.
Everything went well, man. Everything, you know, they say, tongue and teeth does have issues. So there were issues, you know, coming along, but nothing great, nothing to stop the thing from happening.
Right.
And the support and cooperation I got from people like Mas Camp and Pat Aaron and, you know, those people there. Because when, again, the visionary person that I am, when I saw things that could be happening and I present it to certain individuals, they felt, well, because you're not in the party, you're not going to get the help to do that. Because always a party thing, you know?
Right.
And that's why I've had to leave some of my partners along the way.
But let me put it to you. I've been to your place during the tents, and the venue is extremely comfortable for tents. There's some of the places that I'm going to tents now.
And sometimes shows too.
Shows. Very uncomfortable. And I know you, Bobby. You're no nonsense man. You're running a business. Would that be a situation whereby people want to just come, use your place, and don't meet their commitments? I'm not calling names.
No, man, no. All that is old talk. You know, to be honest with you, everything was okay. Like I said, the minor issues was just that, minor issues. You know, a lot of people calling me every day, want me to bring back Harlem Plaza. Every day I'm getting a call.
Yeah, because it's a good place.
But I'm not.
So, Bobby, let me just ask, was that property given to you or you purchased that property?
People just give people things.
Family inheritance?
No, you see, that's another thing. Dominicans would come up by me at Cocoa Cottage, see my runnings and ask me who die and live that for me. Nobody can die and live nothing for me. It's the same thing they would do me at the plaza. So, I don't know, you all expect a red-skinned person to do it,
no,
nice
Bobby,
hair person?
Bobby, I'm only asking the question. I'm not saying that anybody gave it to you. I'm only asking.
Nobody gave, listen to me. Like I told you, I was renting in Trafalgar. When the lady gave me notice for doing something on her property, which I didn't have permission to do, I decided to get my own thing. This little piece of land I saw, and I went after it. The owner wanted $33,000 for it. But guess who was his lawyer? Alex Boyd Knight. And from the time I walked in there, she upped it. She says, 33, this is madness. This is $66,000. I made a deal with the owner. I said to him, I don't have the money, but if you give me 3 years, I will pay you exactly what you want for it. And so said, so done. We drew up a thing where I wasn't supposed to cut any tree, which is why I call it Cocoa Cottage, but there were cocoa trees there. I just call it Cocoa Cottage. Anyways, within 2.5 years, I gave him his money for the place. And from there, I moved on. So from there, I went to Gingerette. From Gingerette.
So before going to the others.
You remember Gingerette?
Yeah, man.
You remember you came down there?
Yes, yeah.
Very easy.
And you remember, you see the same thing again. All you come down there, all you had a good time. All you tell me, boy, this is the thing. Monday, a Rasta man, I get up and I shave. make myself look good, and I go and see them.
They get Mr. They get Mr. from
Yeah. You see, mouth open, Tory jump out.
Let's go down to
But Cecil,
Gingerette was the ideal location.
It was a nice location. Really good.
Very private.
Yes.
Very comfortable.
Yes, very.
So that area was a place that many of us frequented. So, I mean, it was the ideal place. But I know, for instance, when you saw that, it didn't just go for penny halfpenny.
No, I think
Bobby
should have never sold that piece.
Never mind.
Bobby, you should have never sold that.
You hear what Cecil said?
Never.
You should have never sold that.
Well,
that place was a prime.
You see again.
It's like today. It's like today, Bobby.
Yeah, it was a good place.
I mean, let me tell you, man. I've been there a few times.
Two things. It's the same thing again, because I was doing my thing on my own. We talking politics again.
Wow.
When
I don't do politics with my brother.
With Cocoa Cottage, I remember when I was at a
You want to hold on a while, Bobby? You want to hold on a while? Someone wants to speak to you on the line, quickly. Yeah. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Joseph. Good night.
Good night. We're getting hot in here. Try to put some water down.
Yes, and good night, Mr. Bobby.
Good night, sir.
Okay, this is Ronnie. Bobby, I just want to thank you, back then on your little teaching I get from you. And I want to tell you that while you're alive, I don't want when, we're not around. I remember you and Mr. Yvonne, yes, all you came at my home and looked for me, and all you really give me that push to get into the tourism product. You in particular take your time, as the guy was saying a while ago, there from Trafalgar, and you did take me around to some of the places that was already advanced in tourism, like Screws, Tiers, and other places. And then all you told me I need to do some training in the college. I think it was at Baffin State Teachers College or somewhere up. I think I do 2 training. The teacher was from the Valley, Mr. Simon. I think it's Simon. And I really learned, I really want to tell you I appreciate it. They've sent me a different direction from where I was, because at the time I could tell you, in Margaret I was a little bit frustrated, the whole system. And I really admire your whole dynamic. And I think the government should employ people like you, Miss Anita, the lady that was directing Pirates of the Caribbean, people like Webb the Calypsonian, because all you are very good in marketing. Jenna Robinson, as the gentleman was just saying, I always saying, if they give you a place like Sufuye, going up to Sufuye, the kind of thing I think you would do on the roadside there, like designing Zazimo, landscaping, beautification, places like when the tourists pass in, they could just sit and have a banana and a sugar cane and local rum and entertainment. I think the Dominica suffering from community tourism. The visitors come here and they don't see half of the island. For instance, Tukari, all those places. And I did work on some projects up in Marigot. We bring the first set of cruise visitors in Marigot. That was down in Hibiscus. Marigot never had no cruise visitors, and the guy didn't know nothing. When I pick up everything, is we that teach him all the program, what to do, how to get in it, go to the trade shows in Miami, bring up some pictures, because there was other people that was more advanced, like Paulo Carlton was already in the whole tourism thing. Ovin Ogis, he was a former bus manager for Whitchurch. So I really thank you, and I do some little vending for the tourists at the Jacko Waterfall. I was trying to develop a site at Debois. But the same thing you're saying that the government never really take me serious, and I'd spend a lot of money, and that is one of our problems. We don't recognize our own people.
Caller, we're talking right. We're talking about
Mr.
Bobby.
Joseph.
You're talking about Bobby. We're talking about Bobby.
Mr. Joseph, I know you're going to come on my back because you have a dengue.
I listen to your call.
You have a dengue. You like to fight. I don't mean.
Okay, thank you very much, caller. I don't have time for that thing. You were talking about Bobby tonight.
Yes.
And I can understand your point where you're going with your point, but brother, I'm not fighting with you. I do not know who you are, so don't think I'm fighting with you. I mean, these things are so unfair to people. When people don't agree with you, that doesn't mean Bobby says certain things. That doesn't mean I disagree with what Bobby has to say. That's Bobby's opinion. So why can't you respect mine? Please,
his opinion.
Scholar.
His opinion. Yeah, right.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
Sometimes
It's very interesting.
Bobby, you're speaking about the cocoa,
Cocoa and
cocoa cottage
gingerette.
and gingerette. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, first I want to thank Ronnie for his what he had to say, because I know he means well. We sometimes get passionate and can get a little carried away, but all of us mean well, Yeah, Cecil, there's something I understand about the tourism thing that few others can understand it too, others can execute the same kind of things that I've done, but I just seem to be more determined than others to do it, So yeah, all this, I don't like to second guess myself, because if I had to second guess, then I'd regret selling Cocoa Cottage, or the gingerette, So I look at those things as stepping stones. I learned a lot from Cocoa Cottage. I also from gingerette. At the time, I would have had to be part tourist and part agriculture to deal with gingerette. It's a perfect tourist destination, perfect for this hospitality thing. And it's also perfect as an agricultural center, an agricultural part of the agricultural program here. And neither one of those I was fully embraced in. So I had to let it go. But most important, again, is being promised assistance and help, which wasn't forthcoming. And rather than lose it, which is what would have happened, I let it go and move on to other things.
And Bobby, you have played a critical role in the whole development of tourism in the valley, for sure. If people know of the work that you have done and the way that you have helped in the development, outside of the fray of any political interference, you have done quite well in that area. So I think people like you should still be used. Doesn't matter your age. Because you have the experience to really help in the development of the valley, because I still believe that there are still some openings that are required to really help in the development of the valley.
Because before he answers that, the way he's talking, have you retired from the tourist product, or you're just going through an evaluation of it? What is your status now?
Well, I guess that's what it is, an evaluation. I'm not retired because up to 3 days ago, I took a guy out, a couple, honeymooning couple. I took them out to Tukari to bathe down there and eat at Keeping It Real and do the Catbrits walk and things. So I'm still there. I'm still active. But I'd rather spend time sort of preparing others to deal with it, because I cannot be there forever, And I have a nicer place in Trafalgar. Cecil, you've never been there. You don't know what I'm doing. Neither Brains. Brains talks a lot, but if you all come up there to Trafalgar,
where it's not the place where you're putting up the baths now.
Yeah,
I know the place, man. It's a
you
lovely
will see
place.
it's bigger than Cocoa Cottage. It's not as big as Gingerette, but it has to me a much better energy.
Where is that place?
Yeah,
on Trafalgar.
Where in Trafalgar? Trafalgar is a huge place, Which part of Trafalgar? The top, the middle, the bottom?
In the middle, right by the
right by Henry George?
Below Henry George.
Below Henry George.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Massive
property. By the church.
By the church, yeah.
Okay.
So you should come up there sometime and see.
East of the church? Sorry, south of the church or north of the church?
West of the church.
West of the church.
Yeah.
That's a little lower down by the Clarks.
Yeah, I'm between Clark and the church.
Okay, so
you know up there well, man. You from Fokani.
He has a lovely property there, boy.
Give me a blast there, boy. Don't spare me that one moment.
I know he has a lovely place.
That's what I tell you. It's better that we do that this way and we move forward than to hold things against each other,
I will visit your place this week.
Yeah.
I'll call you first, Bobby, if I come. I really need to see that place. I need to shower myself in that place too.
Yeah, you will see, man.
Right. Well, let me say, Cecil, from what I see, when you see it, you would say, "Wow, you mean that Rasta man have that?" When I saw it,
nobody didn't give it to me. Nobody didn't.
Said he gave it to you.
Nobody didn't die and leave it for me.
Yeah, but boy, Cecil is a piece of real estate.
And another, I have certain people who I will depend on, take their word for it, But you see, and again, Cecil, that's not a jibe at you, but I'm not one of those who's going to fall for politicians' promise.
You're too old for that, my brother.
Too old for that game.
We have played the game before, man.
So I'm doing it all on my own. It's nice. I can do with some support, some help, but I'm not in the party. So I cannot go and ask for anything.
You're in 2025,
in
Bobby.
2009, you ran for a party.
Yeah.
Right? And you're talking like you have no understanding, no
party
clue of party politics.
You run, and let me throw something at him. Let me throw something at you. Listen well, Bobby. Don't respond yet, He was supposed to be running for a party. I'm not calling names.
For Labour?
He was supposed to run for a party. And boy, blows pass, and another fellow.
Oh, but Cecil was involved. In fact, you are leave
So I wanted you to leave it alone. I see where you're going. So I
in the early days, I favored Bobby.
Yeah.
In the early days, I favored Bobby.
So Bobby,
but Bobby wasn't very serious.
Leave that alone.
Bobby knew that he wasn't very serious.
Leave that alone.
Bobby
in the kitchen.
At that time, Bobby was very, very much Labour.
I know.
He was very much in the
camp of
Labour.
Long before you went. Ask for Brain, sir. Brain just come.
Bobby, leave that alone, brother. You little.
Bobby left us. Not we asked him not to run.
It's true.
Bobby left us.
He left
because Bobby is a guy who thinks of his own.
He thinks of his own.
And there are certain things that you have to do that involve in party politics.
Do you know Cecil? But don't go too far. Do you know that he had a little place there renting for a partner for an office? Leave that alone, Bobby.
But Bobby, we have to be serious about these things. Party politics sometimes make or break us.
Yeah,
and we have to understand that. And it is not just in the Commonwealth of Dominica. It is around the world.
Mm-hmm.
We have seen the Republican Party in power today, and all of the Democrats are gone.
Yeah.
We have seen in England when the Conservatives lost.
What happened?
All of them had to go.
Right. We know what happens.
We know in other parts of the world, in Antigua,
yeah,
when the Labour Party won the last two elections, the people of the UPP had to leave.
Yeah,
so it's a cycle in politics.
He knows the cycle.
I understand that. I'm a big boy.
You're a big boy, man. Take your licks and come on fighting.
It's not about we're hitting on each other. It's just that ideology will fight and will clash.
But I myself, I put in blows on both sides.
I know.
To be honest, you know me already. Both sides.
He does.
Yeah, I know him.
Especially when in 2014 that he was changed.
Right.
He wasn't happy about that.
He was not happy. But you know what? My brother, every Sunday he goes down to Biosh to meet my brother. Boy, and they get on very well. Every Sunday he goes for his fish. He goes to meet my brother. So he is a nice guy. But you understand, Bobby, the politics is not for the weak, eh?
Yeah.
You have to have a strong
I understand that, man, and I wouldn't compromise.
No, Bobby.
Remember, I come in from old school,
Yes.
I grew up with, I tell you, I was there from the days of Mr. Barron.
So you're old school?
I know Mr. Barron. I know Elkin Henry, the same LCDDA, Mabel Moyer James, W.S. Stevens.
Oh, you're from the old school.
So it's those people I learned from. And I know that what's happening now leaves a lot to be desired.
But that's your opinion.
Yeah, we just leave it that way.
Leave it that way. Cecil, your next question.
And like the partner says, time will tell.
Because you must have been
your
Labad,
man.
Yeah, you see, I know all of them.
You must have been Labad.
Because certain actions will bring reactions,
Okay,
you know.
brother, okay.
So you might do something today and you feel you get away.
Someone asked me the question earlier on. Cecil, have you ever broken the law?
Many times.
And I want to tell the person, have they themselves ever broken the law? And I'm saying, when you break the law and you're caught by the police, that's the difference.
The law is the law.
When you're caught by the police,
The law is the law.
the police will do what they have to do to you.
With the law is the law.
So what is the law I would have broken?
The law is the law. You have to respect the law.
I don't go places and steal people's things. I'm not disguising myself to steal properties of people.
Let me throw a lighter question to Bobby.
Uh-huh.
Let me throw it to him so that we can just scroll out ahead. Bobby, are you married?
No.
Never?
A man at 76?
I was once, but that didn't work out.
You were married once?
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm just like you.
You married now?
I was never married, but I know where you're coming from. I just wanted to ask you the question. How many children do you have, Bobby?
I have 6 children, 4 girls, 2 boys.
Not many, man, Bobby. You control yourself.
You
That's
control
good.
yourself, man.
That's not much. 6 children, eh?
I said that's not much.
No.
You control yourself well.
Yeah.
Very
That's
very
good.
I just wanted
6
to
to claim. May I
Well,
ask?
that's it. For real.
Right,
Okay,
6.
for real. 6. That's good. Congratulations.
I know the womanizing thing, I've never been, that strong on that. Like, I'm more fun and adventure person. Wasn't so much about woman running woman. You know?
You're more domestic, you're more within.
Yeah. More in myself, checking my vibes,
Okay. Very
Not
interesting.
running woman like certain people I know. Hablamos español.
No hablo español. No hablo español.
O no hablo español.
No hablo español. I know, Bobby boy.
But-
But,
Cecil, I always prefer to stand up on my own.
Yes.
And so I remember one time, like say with the Harlem Plaza when the roof went and certain people came and they tell me, well, we can get the big man to rah, but you have to. Bobby Fredrick here do that.
Okay.
You know that.
You're independent man.
I mean, yeah.
I wonder, why would someone say that to you, Bobby?
Why would somebody say
Why would someone say that to you? I find that's
because they have no respect for me.
that. You're a big man.
They're judging me by their own standards.
if you have a building that is promising in an area, in a constituency,
Beautiful.
in a village,
Amazing.
and it brings revenue, it helps in the development of employment, etc., etc. Why would someone tend to think that you would be bought by having to get according to the person, big man to give you the assistance?
No, man.
If the big man sees the relevance of your building, of your business, like they saw for Sam Raphael, that they would have assist.
Yeah, you have a nice place. Where it's located is beautiful. And the new building, the site that you have there in Trafalgar, that's a beautiful one.
I would venture to say, for what I've put in here, I deserve recognition and help. I don't know if that's the best way to put it, but I've seen those who have contributed less and receive quite a bit for their non-efforts. And I feel
No, you cannot say non-effort because you said that they have done less. So that means they have done something.
Something,
Okay,
but
right.
for the effort that you're putting.
Yeah. But then again, I fight my own battles. I paddle my own canoe. I'm not there to, I'm not there for freebies.
Well, listen to you from the very beginning talking about your Laku life. It stems out from that,
Your independence.
That you're always an independent individual. You went to school, you had friends, but you were not a person who depend on a friend to make up your mind for you. So that speaks of who you are. So I really want to say I'm happy about that.
Well, the Laku help him to be independent, Cecil. As you see, he has developed himself, leaving school in for form, and going by his parents, his grandparents, and being able to move out to the United States and Canada, England, he's developed skills and he brought it back to Dominica, and he's surviving. Because when you see him on a Sunday, have you seen him on a Sunday?
I used to see him in his red car before.
Have you seen him on a
I used to see
Sunday?
him in
his leisure time.
In his comfortable red car before.
Well, no.
I've not seen him for a long time.
Well, when I see him, he's comfortable in what I would call his little a racing car, I call it.
I call it a red convertible. That's what I call it.
Well, when he drives on a Sunday, I see him in that.
It's a value of $150,000.
But I don't know the value, but I see him in that, and it looks pretty good. Have you seen him on his motorbike?
Yes, I've seen him on his motorbike, and also on his green Pajero.
Have you seen him on his red Jeep?
Yes, I've seen him on his red Jeep.
Have you seen him riding his bicycle?
No, I've never seen him riding a bicycle. Bobby, have you? Have you been?
He's been riding.
Man, I have a bicycle.
You have a bicycle.
I've never seen Bobby on a bicycle.
He has all different modalities of and he also walks.
Okay, I'm glad you say that. Yeah.
Yeah, he walks.
Because it's not about those things there, you know. Those things are just a passer, you know.
You still have
a
your
bike, a car, those. That's just material in passing.
I know that you used to walk with either Converse or Proched. Which one you used to have, really?
Converse.
Converse. These guys love his Converse.
Yeah.
When he's driving, he have that back.
No, I'm talking about his shoes.
Oh yes.
Shoes. Black Converse. Really, from Chicago for true.
Yeah. But he walks a lot.
Yeah.
He walks a lot.
But Brains, if I had the opportunities, boy.
You'd excel, eh?
Oh man.
What do you mean? What do you mean that if you had these opportunities?
That's between me and Brains.
We'll discuss that.
Yeah.
I don't want to sue you.
No, let me ask you. Let me ask you, Bobby. You have locks. Is that a hairstyle? Is it a consciousness of your hair? Is it because you feel that you are Black Power and you wanted to express who you are through your hair?
Well, this locks thing started. I have a very good friend from Jamaica in Canada, and we were together for a long time. Both of us bald head, combing our hair, doing all kind of thing. Then we hadn't seen each other for years, and when we met, here he was with a head full of locks, and I says, "Well, if I know you without that, if you can do that, I can do it too," and that's where it started. So. It would probably start as a follow fashion sort of thing, you know, because I see it. But then within me, the person, my energies, by the way I see life, you know, they tied in together.
Just hold that tied in together and let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller. Good evening to you, caller. Hello, good evening. Sorry about that, you have to call back. Yes, Bobby, you were saying?
Yeah, so the locks, right now, is not a fashion thing. It's not a follow fashion. It's from the art. Because, you know, again, you remember we were talking earlier about the religion thing and the Jesus story and all of that. So all of that is part of my religious outtake, so to speak, my way of life.
I know,
but that's another story.
So you believe in Rastafari?
Yes.
Right. I know, for instance,
the teachings of Rastafari.
Well, so you believe in his Selassie, basically.
Again, you know, there are different interpretations of Selassie and his role. I tend to just stick to what works for me.
Okay. Which is?
Well, in terms of referring to him as God, you know, I think every man is a representation of God. But in terms of leadership now, I'd rather see him as a leader than George Washington or Winston Churchill. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm going to give kudos to somebody, I'd rather give it to Selassie than any of those.
Is it born from a racial aspect, or is it because of what he has been able to do for Ethiopia as a leader?
Well, both. Both from the racial thing. I mean, I ain't going to put a white man over a black man. And secondly, I seen what his leadership did for Ethiopia. Again, depending on what book you read, your interpretation of his life and his teachings may differ to mine.
Remember in the 70s that we spoke quite a lot of, at that time, black power, black consciousness. Were you part and parcel in that period of talking blackness?
Yeah, man. Because remember in the 60s, the latter part of the 60s, that's what it was all about. So before I left in 69. And before I left, it was all black power. All of us had afros. We had all the, these meetings long before it really evolved into fighting Libla. When it was just awareness, consciousness, you searching for awareness. And so way back there when Rosie was just a student in Canada, Walter Rodney, all these people, Stokely Carmichael, that's what was happening, and you followed on that. What was good in it, you took. What wasn't good, you left.
Very interesting. I know, for instance, in your building in Newtown, you've had quite a number of Rasta funerals. And I know you had the funeral of my brother, Ras Algie, in your building. What drives you to do that?
Well, again, it's part of my community responsibility, so to speak, because everybody has a place of gathering here. You have the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, Methodist, Pastor Bell. Everybody has one. Rasta in itself, is more of nature. So if we by the river, that is the church. If we're in Zion, that is the church. But nonetheless, we have certain activities that have to take place. And both from sometimes putting those grassroots things together, you don't have the money, you don't have certain mechanism to make it work. So I have been privileged to be able to help in that. So there's a funeral. Who you going to? The church will not going to let the locksman pass through them. So you have to find your own place, and then what price do you put on allowing loved ones to pray and honor their dead one? So for me, in myself, it's like an ethical thing to do. It's not about money. Sure, there is cleanup and there is toilet paper and there is water. So if you make a contribution to that, it's cool. But we're not going to beg the church or beg the pastor to pass that body through their institution when a Rasta man have a place that we can use.
No, Bobby, in before you left for the US in 69, there was the evolution?
Oh, no, the revolution was in 79.
No, I'm talking about...
The cool wash thing?
No, I'm talking about the bringing in of marijuana, the taking in of marijuana.
Oh, marijuana.
I mean, those days in 69, 68, 67, early periods of marijuana. How much a role that you played in young men like yourself?
Well, first of all, when I left here, marijuana wasn't no big thing. It had just started coming in, the federal boats. That was because when I left, I was even smoking marijuana in 69. Is when I was in Canada, I started smoking. So when I left here, that wasn't on the books at all. You had a couple little incidents, but marijuana in itself wasn't a big thing here. It's when I came back now in the 70s and 80s, I saw what was happening. And of course, it's right up my alley, so just get in there.
And Bobby, today we are seeing the law is totally different from the mid 70s and the 80s and the 90s, giving people access to a certain amount of marijuana. What do you think about that?
Well, again, for that the jury is still out. Personally, I feel more needed to be put in place before that move was made, because in any case, ganja was being used freely all over the place, you know. So making it legal didn't increase the use. What it did was give people a feeling of that's their right to smoke in the bus, to smoke in the church, to smoke, you know. No. Smoking, long before it was made legal, everybody was smoking. You know, even the policemen themselves was smoking. But as soon as it was made legal, well, so I don't want to describe them as illiterate or ignorant, but they just felt it was their right to now suddenly step in the bus with a spliff in your mouth. You know, you were on a bike, you had 2 spliffs. So, again, a little bit of, how do I put it now? A little bit of research maybe, or even trying to work to, it's like, hey partners, listen, we don't want to be putting you in jail for marijuana, but at the same time, we don't want you coming into the library, or, well, we don't have a library, but we don't want you coming into the school or you know, with smoking in people's face. There's a time and place for everything, Brains. Mm-hmm. And that's one of them.
Well, let me put it that way. In terms of the legalization of marijuana for medicinal use, and the committees being established for the use, for, you know, to discuss this and bring it forward, what would you like to see?
Well, those who suffered the most, I'd like to see them get a piece before everybody else. So, again, you had all these locksmen and others here who went to jail, who lost their manhood, their womanhood because of that. And then suddenly, there it is, and people who were never involved in it are the ones now with the license and the marketing, everything. So, again, if there's a way that all the people who made the sacrifice, you know, that today it can be legal, I think they should get. So if you were setting up, I'd look for Rasta to give them a license before anybody else, you know.
I know that you said that we don't have a library. Just correcting you. There is a library on Kennedy Avenue, so you just need to know it's on the corner of Kennedy Avenue and Independence Street. That tall building that you see there, the library is right there. Just wanted to inform you.
Okay, you know what I was thinking, Cecil?
Yeah.
You see this all building there, the one in Cock Street and thing, the one by the credit union?
Yes.
I feel.
Hold on, Bobby. Hold on, Bobby.
Bobby, take it easy.
No,
Don't spread rumors.
I just passed
You try to pass under the radar. Don't try that on us.
Try that on me.
Don't try that on me. You try to fly that drone
You try to hit that
under the
on me.
radar.
Yeah, I know.
You're chilling a drone.
But
I'm a good listener.
because its origins is with
Winston?
Jean Reese. And she being an author and all of that. I would suggest that a library, the Jean Reese Public Library, with that building there.
Okay, whoever the property owner is?
Yeah, I would suggest that to them.
They're listening, they can take your
that,
island.
man.
Huh?
You see how Mr. try to fly a drone?
Or you can say the government can build a public library, a bigger public library, and make it available and call it after her name.
That would be the best
possibility. That's a possibility.
Oh, yeah. Or the new library to be constructed.
Because if I know our people well, Bobby, and you know our people very well, if that happens, you're going to hear politics in it. that the library is in the property of, and
You
Well,
know,
all kind of names.
all kind of names.
I was thinking that there is an empty building, one,
That's
and
better.
B, it's on the site of Jane Reese and her whole
How do you determine it's an empty building? Is it because you're not seeing anything here in it?
Inside of it.
well, unless
Don't speculate, I don't want you to, I don't want anybody
Don't
to
do,
sue
don't do
you.
like some
well,
people.
unless
Don't do like some people.
unless air is
No, the building,
fulfilling.
let me put it straight to you, man, Bobby. The building is not built for a library.
I know.
The library
I
has
know.
a specification, and that building is not a library.
You can ask the owner to name it after Jim Reeves.
You can ask the
Ask the
owner
owner to name it
Yeah.
after Jim Reeves.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like how they name
Name-
the credit union,
Yeah.
not the credit union, the social
Social
security.
Right.
security building.
Yes.
The Jostling building.
And the one of the Banana Building,
Vanus John
Vanus
Charles.
John Charles.
Finance, John,
Yeah.
you can
ask,
you can ask.
you can ask that recommendation.
Find out the name
make
of
that
the proprietor
recommendation.
and make the recommendation.
If you know the proprietor,
Don't try to fly a drone on
don't
us.
try to come on the reader and tend to think you'll escape. And then people are gonna say tomorrow morning that Bobby hit it to Cecil and Cecil didn't respond.
And we didn't respond.
I'll respond. Bobby, you're very humorous.
They're very humorous
and,
but
and
dangerous.
technical, and can be dangerous. If I let that pass, Bobby, but tomorrow morning I got water to wash me. Huh? But you're smart boy. Boy, Bobby. Bobby, you spoke of when you came to Roseau at a very tender age, maybe around 6 years to the most. You came on a boat. Now you can drive to Colihaut. Tell me what you think of Dominica's advancement in that period, from coming to Roseau to now.
Well, I like to accept what is rather than what could have been, So I have to be satisfied with some of it. No, we could have, how do I put it, show more for time spent, I I see you that slyly smile there, Cecil.
Go on, man, Bobby. Go on.
Listen, I can make it politics too,
No. Just go straight.
Right.
Just go straight.
So, from that time to now, what I can do is compartmentalize and show you. For instance, I think that between the time that Eugenia came in and when she left, she put law and order, for lack of a better thing, law and order, okay, because I was there. I think that when workers came in, they went from the conservativeness of, we had there to a more liberal, more, even I would say capitalistic attitude. So there was a certain amount of progress made through that. And what I mean by that, for instance, if you look at, say, the road between Wharton Wavern and Trafalgar, I think that's the best thing that has happened in the valley so far. And it was good that that was done. And certain couple other constructive projects like that. Also in terms of giving people an opportunity to better themselves. Because I'm one of those people who, I laid my foundation while Eugenia was there through the law and other thing. And I actually invested and got back my money on the workers.
But it is not fair to Bobby, sorry.
Now,
Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
In the last 20 years, there's been there's some development. I wouldn't say we've been just dragging our feet. There's some, and that is where I say more could be done for the dollars spent. I'll leave it at that.
Bobby, I wouldn't just want to say that Eugenia Charles was more about law and order. When we look at some of the infrastructure after '79, if all credence to the Freedom Party, I never supported them. but they were able to create some infrastructure of schools. We saw a lot of high schools being built. Well, I shouldn't say a lot, two been built. The development started under them, not been built, but started under them. We saw health centers were being constructed in various districts in the country. We see electricity was placed in the northeast of Dominica, to the east of Dominica. We saw the infrastructure of certain roads were being built. So I do not want it to just be said that the Freedom Party...
it wasn't. Yeah, you're right. There was certain physical thing. Yeah. But then again, we was limited. Our resources was limited. So she couldn't very well do more than what she did. I think workers were a little bit more innovative and hadn't Edison, to me, that was the beginning of the end of workers, is when they declared that election. You know, you have to accept what is. So the way it went is the way it went. But I think it started with that election there, 6 months before thing. Now, in the last 20 years, the amount of money that we talk about, that we hear about, the development side of that, raise it.
Bobby, if I don't want
in a few years,
I don't want to.
In a few years from now, we will have the airport, the tram car, the
not a few years from now, a few months.
Well, a few months from now, and then that I guess that will put better light on the past 20 years. But trust me, my brother, we could have gotten more for the buck. And we just leave it at that.
You was going to say?
Yeah. You see, a person is entitled to the opinion, but we have to look at the historical aspects of it in terms of when we talk about resources available and development, in terms of progress and movement of the country. And when we see, in terms of Leblanc, what he did quite a bit.
Who?
Leblanc, he did quite a bit, empowering people to get into certain positions which were not available.
Land for the landless.
Land reform.
Housing.
In fact, there's an article talking about Leblanc in one of the newspapers here for this week.
Creating consciousness.
Yes. And one cannot doubt. She may reveal it on. The consciousness is there. We can see Patrick did his best as well in terms of housing.
And people may have forgotten that Patrick John got 4 years, 4 years of rain and under pressure.
Right.
But he was able to do housing in various parts
so
of the
when
country.
we look at the political aspects, which is not our show really, we have to look at it from not only what we're hearing, but it's good to do the analysis, not emotional.
Yeah.
Sometimes we become emotional. We cannot doubt.
And some of the things that we have to take into consideration within the period of 2000 to now, we would have had several natural disasters. Maria, most recently. We would have had Lenny. Well, not Lenny, sorry, Lenny was on the workers.
No, Erica.
We had one.
We had Maria. We had the trough.
The trough in 2007, I think.
We had the COVID.
And we had COVID. So when you look at the various challenges that would have occur during that period but we would have seen, Bobby, with all fairness, the development of education. Let us look at it as a block. What happened to education? You saw the state college being built. You saw that children were given the opportunity to have free education,
to go to secondary school,
more access to secondary school. More students are getting access to secondary school. The school books that are given to students,
so quite a bit has
school
happened.
Uniforms. That's just talking about education, the expense of education towards our young people. When you talk about
housing revolution. I don't want to go down that road.
So we don't want to talk politics, Bobby.
We want it to be your show.
Because you're talking about the dollars and cents. And you make
value for money.
You make that you make that observation. But I'm saying when that is out of maybe emotion, but when you have to look at the actual practicality of things.
The value for money.
We have to evaluate what we have done. So for instance, like you people cannot say that you have not done enough.
You have done.
Because you know what you had to do what you did.
Yes.
You know you had $10 to make a $12 project work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is, and it's not about that I heard a big largesse of money was placed in, and so the state is not using it as a disposal.
When you see, because many people tend to think when the state is not using its money for its development programs, they call it corruption.
Yes.
That the money is going into the pockets of some people and it's not being developed.
And I want to
in
say
the country.
that. And I want to say that I'm not going on a rabbit. I'm not going on a rabbit
hole. So we
hole.
don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
I'm not going on that rabbit hole.
I mean, Bobby, we're trying to guide ourselves away from that.
I know what I know. All you know what all
So
you
hold
know.
it for yourself.
Somebody might say Bobby has 10 cars and think Bobby's a millionaire.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But maybe I have only one. I'm a bigger millionaire than Bobby.
Exactly.
I have
So
got,
that's why I say.
and I don't have any.
I know what I know.
So you know what you do.
And based on my own knowledge of money, of finances,
Right.
I think the money that has passed through our hands.
That's subjective, eh? So forgive Bobby.
And you have to also understand, Bobby, I'm not making any excuses for any administration. You have to look at the value of the dollar at the time. When you look at the dollar value, whether it's inflation, whether it's depression, whatever the case may be, the government which would have had the better period would have been the Freedom Party.
Hang on. First of all, when we look at the situation now with Trump and these, what they call things that's being placed in terms of, how they call it, Cecil, tariffs.
Yes.
These tariffs that's being placed on countries will certainly have economic downturns for us in the Caribbean. We don't manufacture a number of things. We import most of our things. So when we look at what's happening outside in the world, it will have effects on us.
That's correct.
We are not existing in a by ourselves. We're in a global situation. So what happens out there, we have to pay attention to them and adjust as we go along, because they do affect us. They will affect us one way or the other. So these shocks, we must pay attention to them, because we don't make our money here. No. So Bobby, we will.
Bobby, your point is well taken.
Your point is taken.
Your point is well taken. I'm not disowning
Wow.
or discrediting your.
I
your,
tell
your
you one
point.
thing, having had experience with Ghost and Crazy, and he to a certain extent,
You came on my show.
I'm not coming in here expecting any miracles.
No, but Bobby, I'm not here looking. I'm here to create the balance. I'm here to create the balance, and wherever kudos are supposed to be given, I'll give it to you. And if I figure I need to inform you, because you may not be in the kitchen, I, as a cook in the kitchen, will tell you what we are cooking, and that's basically what it is. Right. But I do not want to. That's why we were able to stay a little longer on the issue of the local government, because I have a greater knowledge of the rules of the local government, and I was able to explain to you what I believe that is actually existing in the local government, and I think you agree to a certain extent. You know.
Yeah.
But by the way, let me ask you a question. You're going to run again now, Bobby?
Well.
No, I need to ask you the hard question. You went into the politics.
Well, let's put
I need to
way.
ask you the question directly. Are you planning to run again?
Well,
don't duck me. You planning to run?
I'm not ducking.
You're running again? You're running Trafalgar?
No.
You're running Newtown? Where you running?
Listen to me.
Let me know.
The same way that the time I ran there in 2009, I was supposed to run for Labour, but shit went on and I ended up over there.
You left.
So
But let me tell you, there's a partner.
By people messing with me this time, I just might do that.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
Let me ask him the question. There's a partner. He formed a new party. I see have a headquarters somewhere close by a gas station there. You running in that?
No.
You're not running that.
No, I am.
So you run as an independent candidate?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be in that one, because I know the partner, and when you go to get turned into a ship.
Serious allegation.
Like right now,
that's a serious allegation.
You're not running. You're not changing to goat to ship.
No.
Neither from ship to goat.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Like right now, like Ronald is Ronald, what he is in Workers? Vice President?
He's the Vice President.
Of the
Right.
party.
And obviously, he's going to need a constituency
which is the valley.
Right.
But he there already.
He not there, but he there. You
but
know?
he running that already.
Right. So for my way of thinking,
You replace him?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't even want to challenge him. Just let him, because it's his backyard, everything. So hopefully he can make good use of that.
So you form an alliance with him.
So Roseau South now, we have run already.
we have to hit him straight.
Huh?
You're running there.
And if if I had to run, that's where I'd run. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I could take on the girl that's there right now. I don't see who workers have to go in there.
To fight
as
her.
for my partner, I don't think he himself should put himself.
All right. So we get a picture of what we're looking at now. We get a picture.
Yeah.
So
if I have to, it's not down there.
So your gun belts are still resting. You're not putting them on yet.
So the 1,002 that you received in 2009. So what in a party? You think that same 1,002 will convert for you?
There'll be more.
There'll be more.
So your gun belt, you're cleaning your guns.
Yeah, there'll be more.
So where's your major hub in the constituency?
Your major hub. Where's your major hub, brother? By your place, by the Savannah.
There are a number of spots up there, man. You know, you have Buffet State, you have by Harlem Plaza, you have Montego Bay.
Remember, you lived Buffet State a long time, eh? You left Buffet State a long time.
So, Cecil, we get the picture.
But no, I want to find out his hub. His hub is important. His hub. Because he has to create. He has to create a wave. To create a wave, he has to have a hub.
Tsunami.
So where is that hub, Bobby?
I'm telling you, if I have to, it would be up there.
Okay, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, so let's just wait and see.
What
can happen between now and then?
But I suspect,
it's not on my agenda.
No, you said earlier on that you're running.
You said
earlier on that you're running.
You're running. You're running or you're not running? Don't get cool, you know.
No. I told you.
Come and take your licks if you have to take
on
your
what
licks.
happens, and I make that decision. I'd go Roseau South.
Okay,
that's what I tell you.
Okay, right. Bobby. Now the other thing is that you realize that the politics no longer go with an 80-year-old man.
Yeah.
You're 75.
And you have that going against you, right?
You're 78.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But then,
Donald Trump?
Reagan says, I won't let age interfere with I won't let age prejudice me against younger partners.
Okay. All right.
But what you need is experience.
All right. Well, you hear the man? I wanted to draw him out. Well, Bobby, we know what's going to happen in a couple. Maybe in the next 2 or 3. I don't know. But you need to keep your gun belt well sharpened there.
So let me ask you, Bobby. let me ask you a simple question. What's your prediction for the next election?
I was trying to explain that to somebody one of those days, and they felt I shouldn't say that. Yeah. But when I look at the 8 of us who was in that room to vote for the chairman of Trafalgar, and 6 of them did what they did, and even had the guts to tell me that is what it is. If an election was called now, I wouldn't be surprised if you all won.
No, not you all.
Don't put us on the spot.
We are here as independent individuals.
Don't come and tell us.
No, because, I mean, you can, let me tell you, in fact, it goes 2 ways. I was somewhere else, and the way partners was talking is, they can wait for election to come, so they go and teach labor a lesson.
Right.
They can wait. At the same time now, on the other hand, there is these people who I know are talking bad about labor, but for some reason they feel if they go in there and they vote, they don't vote for labor, labor will know and punish them.
For labor to punish them. Labor has to be in power.
Labor has to be in power. If labor is out of power.
In all aspect, we're talking about labor is going to win.
Yeah, so if labor is out of power, you can punish people. The only punishment can come the field is if labor win again.
So for now, but then again, boy, they tell you, you know, politics is a funny thing. And like I said, there are 2 schools of thought out there. There is one, like I says, that just fed up.
Okay.
And up to today, I heard the guy saying it, you know, and you can feel, you can see it,
Right.
what they're talking about.
Well, let us see what
At the same
happens.
time now, like I said, these others, like for instance, there's a lady who says to me, Bobby, run for the village council, I will feel 100%. But if you see, you put your name
Against the Labour Party.
in that thing down there.
You
will
finish.
And she's serious. Trust me, she's serious. You know? So,
You finish.
so you see what I'm saying? So there it is. She on one hand mad at Labour, but on the other hand, leave Labour alone. And that's what we're facing. So that's why I says earlier, things have to look at the game.
The game plan.
They have to look at it.
Yeah.
You know,
Boy, you know,
because something not working.
Yeah. Well, let us say that Cecil, it was very good. I had to draw him out to get to the nitty gritty of it.
No, he's saying it like it is.
I like to be real with you, Bob. You know I'm a no nonsense man. It seems to me our time coming to an end, Cecil.
Well, yes, it is, you know.
Right.
And Bobby, I want to say thank you very much. I really appreciate the fact that you were able to come in. I know maybe when you told some persons you were coming, they might tell you, boy, you're going to fire. But, you know, I'm sure that the Laku program is not about politics. The Laku program is on getting your thoughts of the life that you live.
But I can handle that. Listen, you see, with Crazy and Ghost, I was in a combative mode, you know, and thing, to take them on. A lot of times, how do I put it now? A lot of time they ganging up on me in the studio there, you know, and I'm not saying nothing. But I just was practicing a little West Pay me, you know.
But tonight you came home.
Yeah, and this isn't 4 or 5 years ago. This is a different time, you know. And I'm more independent. I'm not afraid of anybody.
Right. The thing about it, Bobby, the Laku is a program that allows you to express yourself. We didn't come and gang up against you. We give you all the freedom and latitude to express because it's your night. And we appreciated all the difference of opinions that you brought into the game. We enjoy being with you. I enjoy being with you, asking you the hard question. You're my friend, so is your friend. But we always like, you know, to come and provoke you in certain situations. I did enjoy being with you.
No, we in this thing together, man. Like I tell partners, I honestly think Skerrit have more respect for me than some of them that talk in there. Because I've never been to him to ask him for anything, neither the party nor the PAL rep, you know. I stand on my own, and I see partners who they cannot do anything unless the PAL rep or the big man or the, you know, involved. I'm not in that.
That's it.
Tell me about the program tonight, Bobby. Last words.
How you found the program tonight?
Oh, interesting, man. I felt I didn't come really to talk politics. So I like we just touch it, move out, you know. I was thinking a lot, you know, in the days coming up here that the Laku, what it done for me, what it done for us, where we at now, and going forward, you know, because right now we can't go forward as red or blue. We still have to mix to go forward. So what we're going to drop from, you know, some of the things we've been saying and doing in order to, you know, accomplish our goals. I personally, I have no issues with anybody. Cecil is my partner. Mosope is my partner. We was in Calypso together having fun.
And the Spanish man is your friend.
Hablamos español.
You hablo español.
Oh, that's what it is. I don't speak Spanish. I don't know.
I speak Spanish.
I know that.
Bryn, your last words.
I enjoyed the program with Bobby. It was very nice, very practical and very objective, and we achieved our aims. That is, we're able to draw the best of Bobby and ourselves. So, Dominicans, I did enjoy being here tonight with Cecil. It was a wonderful program once again.
As one of the viewers on Facebook said, great program and dialogue. There was some tense moment, but it was civilized. Bobby, I really want to say thank you very much for your insight, for the way that you're able to compose yourself in bringing out the information that was required of you to bring out to the general public. I'm sure that there are many things that people did not know, including me, that you have already brought out to us, especially talking about the various Lakus in the areas where you were raised, and the information that you were able to give us about the corner of Shop Lane and Winston Lane. And it teased so many different people to tell us the names of streets after who it was named. So I really want to say to you, thank you as we continue to educate and inform the young generation that we have, because it's important. The Laku really is one of the programs that really parents should really sit for a number of hours. We have it for 4 hours.
Yes.
But if you can take 2 hours and a half, it will be good,
Yeah.
so that you can know much more about the community, your country. And so, Bobby, I really want to say to you, thank you. And hoping that sometime in the future that not only DBS would have you, but someone else would take you up and to discuss with you some other aspects. I know Ivona John Baptist Logie has a program that's called Connecting the Dot. I'm hoping from that program that she can build on our program, where she can speak with you on the issue of business and your progress that you have done in business, because we did not thrive so much on body business, because that's really the duty of connecting the dots, and you gave us what you could have given us. And so I really want to say to you, thank you very, very, very much, Bobby, and let's hope that you continue to serve your country well. I know that many people, Bobby, tomorrow morning will tell you of how great you were. Some persons will tell you that Cecil gave you some blows. Some people will tell you that you give Cecil some blows. Some people will tell you that politics was played. Some people will tell you, boy, I think that was very balanced. It depends on opinions. But I can say that I think we did a good job. Thank you, Bobby.
Yeah.
All right.
Welcome.
Then. Yeah. All right. Well, as I said, that we're here really to really help the Dominican public, or the Dominican public, to know much more. And I really want to say thank you to Bobby, and thank you to my listeners and viewers for the number of comments that were made tonight. We had quite a number of followers, viewers tonight live, and I really want to say thank you. Someone said safe night, everyone, and I really want to say safe night to all those who have to drive or who are driving home. And stay safe, everyone. Please be careful on the road. And I want to say thank you to these people who send those messages to us. So once again, I want to say thank you, and God bless us. Next week again, we'll have another guest on the Laku program, hoping that from that we can know much more about another community. God bless you, and let's all stay focused. Let's go across to BBC World Service.
Is to limit trade with China in return for tariff exemptions. China has accused the Philippines of intruding into the waters of the heavily contested Scarborough Shoal in the South China Sea. The Chinese Navy said it monitored a Philippine warship in the area and drove it away. China lays claim to almost all the South China Sea, portions of which are also claimed by other countries. Record numbers of Canadians have been casting ballots in 4 days of advanced voting